All right, welcome to live stream number 51. I can't believe I've done 51 of these things. It's insane, but it makes sense. I'm working on this comic almost every night, and so it kind of would make sense that that we made like 51 of these things, which is kind of awesome. Um, so what you see on the screen is me working on roughs, and I'm doing it a little different this time, where I'm doing tighter, more composed roughs. That are closer to like sort of like a midway between like rough pencils and finished pencils for my second graphic novel, which is like the sequel to my first graphic novel, which is Two Stories, book one. And that is a book that's available on Amazon. And it's available everywhere you can get books, basically online. And you can also talk to like a local indie shop if you have any comic shops nearby. It's available to order through Ingram if you just ask them to order Two Stories book one for you. If you're interested in the type of book that's a confessional graphic memoir that grapples with questions of faith, mental illness, depravity, and ultimately redemption in a fallen world. And it's just sort of a pretty candid, heartfelt solo independent comic that so if you're kind of into indie comics, I recommend checking it out. And if you do, that's a nice way to support me and what I do as an artist as well, and helps me keep encouraged making the second volume. So that's from Marcosia Enterprises too, who are kind enough to publish it. And yeah, so all of that out of the way, let's get into the stream. So last night we had like this crazy long stream, partially because and it was a little absurd and weird at certain points because like neither Corey or I had sleep in like quite a few days, and so there were some weird kind of wacky conversations, but it was a fun one. But what was cool was during that stream, Corey just noticed that like I had laid out my initial rough, and let me see if I even have it so I can kind of show you guys before I get into the meat of like working on this. So originally, like my layout was this for the top few panels. I don't know if you can see that at the bottom. Yeah, you probably should be able to. And so it was kind of like working out. I liked what it was doing. The idea was that the character is reading a book. It's starting to kind of ask him to like open his mind and consider something. And since it's dealing with Christianity and faith, at this part of the story, 111 pages in, and kind of talking about how I sort of ended up becoming a Christian myself, because that has a lot to do with how in my own personal journey, I've sort of been able to navigate my own like mental health issues. And so yeah, so because it's like such a important point in the story for like resolution of a lot of the plot threads and stuff that I've been kind of tying and weaving throughout the first book, and now it'll be, when you're in the second book, at this point it would be like 111 pages in. This is where all the parts start to kind of weave together. So that was kind of a diversion from where I was heading there. So the point being, so I had this panel where it's like I'm reading this book in an apartment, and then it kind of shows like a skull, like a zoomed in part of the head, almost like an X-ray of the head with the skull, and then a brain. And then from the brain, I wanted this thing that looks kind of like the neurons in the brain, like the neural network. And then I thought how cool it would be to have that sort of become like a tree with an apple. So it's like tying into the biblical like creation story or whatever, because it ties in with the type and the text. But Corey recommended this like different way of having it flow, where it could be a little more like kind of organic, because I was trying to solve an issue of readability that was coming up, and it was a good problem to have. But he kind of recommended I push it to more of a curve. And dude, great advice, and just really, it took a while to crack it open, but I feel like for such an important page, because we're starting to get to like the resolution of the story. So like the last, these last, I have 4 pages left, so that might leave me, gosh, that's actually a little interesting, because that might mean this is a little longer than 124. I'm aiming to have this done in 124, but we're ending chapter 10, and literally like for every page of script when I work on these things, it's usually about 4 pages of comics. So like 1 full page of script, the way I usually break it down is like 4, sometimes to 6 pages of comics. So that's not that far from like being pretty close to done with like the first third of this kind of crazy book. The first one took me about 5 years of just working every single night for, from like 9 o'clock on, just carving out whatever window of time I could. And so this one, I don't want it to take as long, and I also don't want it to have to cut into like my own life outside of making comics and art and stuff like that. And so I'm hoping that like by this being a little more efficient in the execution, all the I'm trying to think of the right word. I guess it's like if you're making a film, sometimes it's good to storyboard it first. And the better your storyboards, like, if you look into like the history of like Alfred Hitchcock and stuff like that, you look at like the storyboards. I think Saul Bass actually not only did credits, but I think he did like some of the storyboards for Psycho. And you can look at like how perfect that film is in the way it came out. But the length of time it took to shoot for Hitchcock these films, I don't think, I might be getting this wrong, but I don't think he spent like an immensely incredible amount of time on the actual shoot, because he was so big on like early preparation before shooting a film that everything had been like to the point where like actors, a lot of them like really disliked Hitchcock, because he like would know exactly where they needed to stand. There was like no flexibility in staging, and he knew how he wanted everything to be delivered. So it was like you come in, you kind of do your part, and you play your Hitchcock role, and you play it how Hitchcock tells you to. But the advantage of that, though, I'm not saying I'm Alfred Hitchcock. I'm just saying like my thinking on this is like kind of a similar approach, in the sense of if I do more work in the early stages, where it's much more mapped out and prepped, I think the final pages not only will be less labor, but we'll be able to get done quicker and equally, if not better, than the first volume. And also like it'll be a lot more fun on the later half, because my favorite part of the process of making comics is traditionally inking. I love like sitting down at a table and inking. I have a much more enjoyable time like sitting at a table and inking, because I can have way more thorough, like fluid conversations with people while I do it. I can kind of pay more attention to other things when I'm inking, and kind of get into a zone and lose track of time entirely, because it's just like a super meditative, fun thing to do. But that can be a labor if I don't have all the beautiful structure underneath. So the point being, like, this will be also a way to structure it to where, however long this takes to execute, like that last section of time is just going to be a whole lot of fun of just doing the stuff I love the most last, which I think is really exciting. I will say though, pages like this, and when I come up with like a weird visual illusion that I wasn't even necessarily thinking of when I wrote it, because I kind of make this separation between being like a writer when I'm writing, and I don't really think about the visuals too much when I'm writing the script. I just want to write the best story I can. And sometimes that makes me write stuff that makes me hate myself as a client because I'm like, why didn't I make this easier? But then there's other times where it's like fun to be, at this point, I'm kind of in this stage of being my own illustrator. And it's fun because as a client, I'm going to give the go ahead to anything I want to do with this script that's going to further the story and further the emotional impact of the parts in the story. And so like, it's moments like that that make me really love this process of like writing and creating my own stuff, because I feel like this page just really went a direction I wasn't not intending, but just a direction that's better than what I had originally envisioned. And I was trying to kind of break out of, especially at this point, there have been a lot of shots of the character in the same room for like a couple pages. And rather than just keep it like this literal story that's going to just show and not tell, tell and not show, I wanted it to kind of show metaphorically a little bit more of what's going on emotionally with the character. So that's kind of a long-winded 10-minute intro to like what you're going to be watching me kind of complete. My goal, I still don't have this fully worked out, but my goal is to try to finish this page tonight. Usually I try to hit like a rough for a page one, like every night. And like I said, these take a little longer than your normal like thumbnail. But I think that in this case, since it's such a complex sequence and an important part, this page has already taken, 2 nights. And I think it's also taking a little longer because I'm a little rusty from like earlier this week being just like, after the vaccine, just having like some side effects, which like now on this side of that window, I'm like so thankful I got it. And that we got through the side effects and stuff, because like today we needed to take a bunch of stuff out of the garage, and I had a friend over who's vaccinated, and like we were able to like do a thing together, even though it's like a chore. It was actually fun to do because it's like I haven't been able to like drive like with a friend and just talk while we're working on something. Even if it's work, it's like, it's just like this beautiful social experience. And I was realizing like, like 2 weeks from Monday, like we can do like barbecues and see people and like, like hug family members. Like it's just like a whole world of cool stuff. But anyhow, so yeah, that was a total tangent. But the point being, that threw me off track of like this pattern of being able to kind of knock these out. And so I think it takes a while to get back in the flow of things too. And then as an artist, sometimes you just hit like, not every day, like most of the days that I've been working on this, I've managed to do a page a night and of these tight roughs and which take a lot of thinking and stuff too, to kind of break down the stuff. And I'm a slow artist. So, but yeah, it's part of the process. But I feel like in this case, just the results are making me feel like it's worth it. And that's kind of just the way this whole first book, 2 stories, kind of came to be too, is like it's been a lot of just like labor and questioning whether other people are going to like it, but or like whether it'll sell or whether I could get a publisher and like all these different things. But the whole time, like being really thankful that I'm able to have an outlet to do something that I feel like I'm supposed to do, which is like make these things. And so it's been really cool to kind of see, like, to me, like even the live streams, sometimes I'm like, is it good to do these? I like the community and the company while I'm working, because it gets lonely working at night when you're working on art all by yourself, so it's like a way to almost like simulate like a school hangout or something. But then it's like when I have a moment like that where like my friend who I met through streaming gave me a really good little tip that like totally made this page like 20 times better and helped me solve a problem that I was literally for like 30 minutes trying to figure out, like the readability and the flow. And so Yeah, so it's almost solved, and that's all art is problem solving. But that's what I'm going to work on today, is like trying to get from there to this bottom portion. The downside was last night I had slept like 6 hours in like 3 days. And I think some of that might have been side effects as well, from earlier in the week. But the downside was like my head was just like in this cloud, and I even after the stream, we did like a 4-hour stream, and I couldn't sleep. Like I literally couldn't sleep till like 7 or so, or like 6 or 7. And then like about like an hour after I finally fell asleep, I had to wake up and go take care of stuff in the garage and go to the dump and stuff, because we had a bunch of stuff we had to get rid of. So it's just like this challenging, crazy thing. And the whole time my mind is kind of messing with me. Like I think even when I laid down, it's like I was seeing like universes, like because just even though I run on a really low amount of sleep, it's like we're not designed to run on like nothing. So so today, thank God, like my wife let me take a nap for a good, I don't know, it was like from 1 to 7, so it was like a good 6 hours of sleep. And I just woke up and was like, I feel normal. Like I don't feel angry and confused and like delusional and weird. Like I feel a little bit more like myself, and ready to attack this page. But what's cool is, even though I was like sleep deprived when a lot of this was being made, it's like I'm really excited about how this page is coming out. So now I've gone for like 16 minutes talking about the page, I'm going to work on it. But I just wanted to let anybody who's tuning in or watching know, like, because I'm also trying to make this enjoyable for you guys, because I actually enjoy the community and want to see my channel and that community grow. And also I just candidly want to sell more books too. It's hard to make indie books move, and so like that's another kind of goal of this stream. But you're not gonna, to me, I don't want this to be a stream where I'm just kind of quiet and you're watching me draw, because that's most art live streams, and that's okay. But like the ones that I've found interesting are ones where people just kind of talk and share their own experience and stuff like that. So yeah, so anyhow, here we go. I'm going to get into trying to solve the rest of this page. This might be a little more boring than some of the streams, though, because it is a lot of puzzle solving. So I'm probably just going to be talking out loud my thinking process as I'm doing it. But if you're watching, welcome, and let me know. There's a comments section, and so just let me know in the comments what you guys are all working on too, if you're working on stuff. And we'll have a cool art night. But I am hoping this one will be a little bit shorter of a night than last one. I don't think I can do 4-hour streams. But I actually am really thankful for the ability to have done that, because I literally just, like I said, for some reason, the last like 4 days, I just was unable to sleep. So it was nice to have that that outlet, like somewhere to hang out while I couldn't. So maybe I'm doing that for someone out there too. Like maybe you guys are having trouble sleeping and I'm helping put you to sleep with my long-winded intro to this. All right, so let's get into it. So human beings would be fruitlessly, okay. So I mean, what this is allusions to isn't like some deep thing. It's, so we're going from like a brain stem to, which kind of looks like a tree anyway. Like that, I don't remember the official term for this, but it's like a neural network in the brain. And then from there to since it looks like a tree, to make it like sort of like the tree in the Garden of Eden. And then here's like the tree and apple, but the apple's fallen. And then here it's talking, like the type is talking about a book I was reading that just kind of made me think about this. And it says by Donald Miller, and it says, then Miller talked of imagining there was a rift dividing humans from their creator. And so if you're a Christian, it's like there's that whole concept of like original sin and like sort of the rift that was created between man and God. And like it's really fundamental to Christianity, like whether you're like a literal creationist or not, like this is a fundamental moment of like God being separated from man, which is like a primary idea and concept of Christianity, and sort of so I was trying to think of like a visual illusion that doesn't feel like a chick tract or something, because like my goal here again is not necessarily like make converts or anything. It's just to tell my own personal story, because I like candid, awesome autobio comics. And so I was trying to think of like, how do I represent that? And so I thought like and also in a way that, because I've broken out of the grid here, a way that kind of continues that in an abstract way. And I thought like a snake wrapped around an arm holding an apple would kind of talk about that separation in a literary illusion way. Not like it's that deep of an illusion there, but and then kind of also act as a frame for the type. And then I love doing these little arrow things if I can on abstract designs every once in a while, but not overdoing it, because you don't want to overdo like, I think that's actually one of the rules of something not to do in comics, is to have like too many arrows kind of pointing to lead people's eyes. But every once in a while, I like breaking that rule. But if you can break it artfully, then like I think that's a good thing. So then it says, if this were true, because like the whole book I was reading at the time was like postulate, and just kind of asking you to like just for a second like pretend this were true. And it's starting a realm of thought. And so that's kind of where we're at. So let's see what comes up next and see what we can do to kind of work it out. So here it's saying human beings would fruitlessly, okay, yes. And the other thing is, now that I've guided people here, I need to be wary, because they're going to naturally follow that right back up. So I'm going to need something here to lead the eye down again. It's interesting. It's one of my favorite things about comics is like, it's like you're creating puzzles you have to solve that are really complex sometimes. Okay, so here we go. Human beings would fruitlessly seeking identity. Okay. Oh, and I didn't even think of that, but like, look at that, fruit and fruitlessly. It's like I couldn't have planned that. And this is stuff I get excited about, and like for all I know, you know, I think a lot of the people who've read two stories so far have gotten the visual illusions and some of the like sort of more complex things I've thrown in the comic. But it's funny because like for all I know, like a lot of this stuff like people will just not notice, because comics are read very quickly. But this is the stuff that like makes me love books, comics, kids books, all of that kind of stuff, is like creative layouts, like generating emotional feeling from like images. So and layout and type and stuff. Okay, so if this were true, human beings, where am I going to put this and what's it going to be? Oh, okay, I've got it. How do you... Okay, see, this is like the abstract thing. So it's like easy to, if you say Jill walks to the store, that's a fairly easy thing to just quickly illustrate, because you're like, oh, I just have to figure out who's Jill. She's walking to the store. But if you say Jill walks angrily to the store, now you've got more complexity to it. So the illustration assignment's a lot more tough, right? Because you're like, angrily, how do I show that? Okay, and then if I show that just like straight on, is that showing like angrily walking to a store? And then like if it's like Jill walks angrily to the store to pick up I don't know, what would somebody buy when they're angry? Ice cream. Then like that can change like even the angle, but also the way you depict the store. Maybe then you have a juxtaposition. If it's like an ice cream shop somebody's angrily going to, but they're going to the ice cream shop to like like participate in something that's going to make them feel less angry or something. That could be a really funny illustration where you have like the juxtaposition of like this happy, like bright, poppy, just like gorgeous, like, you know, almost like icon of a store, and then you have the angry character that you've got to illustrate, like, you know, just in fury. So it's fury versus the solution and beauty and like whatever it is, like it's candy pop versus like just grit and rawness. And then you have like more complexity to work with too, because then you have juxtaposition, right? And then you start getting into like the art and the cool thing about illustration and comics. So here I'm hit with like this really tough one, because either way, those give you a lot of tips. But if I have something like seeking identity, so this is where like I kind of hate myself as a writer, as now the client of myself as a writer, because I'm like, what do you mean? Like, and I know what I mean, but now I have to work with abstract thinking of like, how can I do this in a way, even if it's an icon or iconographically or like infographic style, which I use. I want to do it in a way that doesn't feel like just clip art and cliche. So now I got to think about that. Human beings would be fruitlessly seeking identity. How would that? So how should I represent human beings? I mean, there's a couple like classic human being like icons, right? Like there's like the evolutionary stepladder guy thing. There's like the Vitruvian man kind of. Ooh, actually, strangely, even though that's cliche, that might actually be better, and that might be kind of cool. And then that might actually give me something to work with identity, because he's in like so Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man is like the solution to like this age old problem of like, I think somebody challenged him and said you couldn't fit a human form like within a perfect square and a perfect circle, and if you could, you'd have like the perfect human form. I forget the full story behind it. So the Vitruvian Man's like him just being like, oh yeah, and like and being kind of like a mathematical, like weird, neurotic, like inventing type guy. I think Da Vinci was just like, hell yeah, I can fit a human being in a circle. You just got to spread their arms out like that, and then you have, you can have a perfectly proportioned human like fit within those things. So I think actually, as cliche as it is to do the Vitruvian thing, that might actually be pretty cool here. So let me see. And the nice thing about roughs is like, I like to think about this stuff, because then when it comes to the pencils and the type and everything like that, I've done the hard thinking. So then I can start thinking about how do I just make this look super, super good and cool. Now that all that hard thinking's there. And I'm trying to do a little bit of both here. So rambling, and I know I'm probably speaking the obvious as well. It's not like some of the stuff is not deep thoughts. Most artists, I think, are aware of a lot of this stuff, but I like to kind of share some of my process and thinking. Oh, come on. So I have just had, no, I do not. No, I was trying to, I looked up Vitruvian Man and was trying to kind of just do like a desktop image of it. And by the way, man, the internet is amazing. And that makes me sound old, but we are at like such a great position as creatives, having access to, like, if I need to do a scene in Paris, I don't have to do what they used to have to do, where you'd like maybe even have to like order like a Parisian magazine, like, you know, um, go through your own little like clip art file and like find like, whatever, and then sort of risk being like inaccurate to the location because you just don't have access to the photos. Like nowadays, like you can pretty much find like anything like within a few instants that you need to like get the information you need, which is really cool. And again, does make me sound like an old man. It's nice not having to use typewriters. Okay. All right, here we go. So could I do like a Vitruvian thing? And if so, will my little, okay, I'm going to move this arrow because I think I thought I might have been heading in a different direction than that. So I need to move this arrow for a second. Okay. So Vitruvian Man, so let's say I go like here with that. And man, finals on this, when even the next stage is gonna be pretty quick when I'm done with these thumbnails. That's something I also try to think of when I'm working on a project this big, is just little steps, because if I like think about trying to, even a 24-page comic, like if I think about trying to achieve the entire thing once I've gone through the steps of like planning it, like first what you do, at least for me, when I'm working on a project like this, is like I'll kind of dream big. Like I'll be like, what do I really want at the end of the day this book to be? I want this to be like the best graphic novel I can make. I want it to be heartfelt. I want it to be true. I want it to tell about this experience that I had, because I think it's important, and not just important, but I think it's an interesting story. And then it's like you kind of back plan, like, well, how do I do that? Okay, well, I need these different things. And then, well, how do I do those things? And then you kind of break them down and go, okay, in order to do those, I need these different things. And finally, when you're done with all of that, like you kind of have like a little map of like what you need to do. But the weird thing is, if you forget the map, it's like forgetting a map when you're driving. It's like you can feel really freaked out if you're like lost in like Los Angeles and you don't have directions, because you could end up in like whatever neighborhood or wherever, and you're, like, how do I just get back to the freeway? You like lose sense of destination. But like having a map like is just great, because if you focus on just following the steps in the map, you'll get to your destination at some point. And like that for me is the only way I've ever been able to do. With client work, it's pretty easy because you have a little bit more motivation. I mean, it's not easy, but it's like you have more motivation. Like you have a financial reward at the end of the rainbows. So it's like a lot more, I don't know, obvious to do the map and like the different goalposts and stuff that you need to hit to get there, because you have like a clear deadline and you have a clear reward at the end of your drive, right? But on your own creative projects, like at least for me, like this is the only way I've been able to do it. Is like I know my map. I know where I need to get. And so for me, and then I try to get excited as I'm close to a goalpost, because if I don't get excited about it, I'm going to give up the project because it's impossible. Like for me, it's if I think about doing 125-page graphic novel, it just seems impossible. But I did one and I'm doing another. It's weird, but that's how I did it, was like just do the work. You trust the plan, do the work, and you will get to your destination. And and God willing, right? Because you may not, but at least you're closer to your destination than you were before, So, um, but I am. So anyhow, that's a long-winded way of saying I'm trying to get excited, and I am excited, but that's an effort about kind of getting like to the point where there's only 4 pages left in the script. And that's still a lot of work for just this phase of like that long roadmap. But it's like, dude, I mean, when I started this like 50 vlogs ago, like a little bit before that, I had this much scripts to do, which is a lot. And now I have this much, which is like super light. So like that's really exciting. And that's going to keep me motivated to get to the end. So, okay. Vitruvian Man, what do I want him to do though? So oh, I've got it. Okay. So first I have to do my own little Vitruvian circle. Okay. And this is going to be an imperfect one, but once again, we're doing like thumbnails. And even though I'm doing rough thumbnails, I do need to remember that I will lose track of that quite often, especially this far into a project. You're going to notice that too if you follow me on Instagram. If you see like the first versions of like my rough pencils, they were a lot looser than now. And I don't think either are worse than the other. I will say, because I've made them a little tighter on these end ones, I do think the final pages are going to go a lot quicker. But that might be insane. So we'll see. It's just a theory. Okay, human beings would be fruitless. Okay. So I have my little Vitruvian circle and really not perfectly drawn. I think I will still do that little arrow, or maybe I don't need it. Like, as much as I liked that arrow, I think it might actually make more sense to have it arc a little bit. Okay. Let me see how the spread is looking so far. You know what's weird? I actually kind of like it. Okay. And then this is going to move over here. We're going to do somewhat. Also, like writing out the text on thumbnails for me is essential, because when it comes to actually doing the really finished text, sometimes the spacing is different and stuff like that, but it gives me a visual cue of where I need to leave space so I'm not just slapping type over an image. Let's see. Human beings. Okay, well, let's get our guy. I just want to think like, okay, so if you're the Vitruvian Man, but you're like searching. Oh, I have it. What if it's like the Vitruvian Man, like trapped in the Vitruvian box and circle? Like he literally can't get out of it, Because I think that would be like fruitlessly seeking, maybe. Let me check this out. For like 2 seconds. Okay, let's see. Okay, I've got it. So we're gonna do this in kind of a weird way where I need a close up of this face. It's the main thing. Oh, come on. What? Face again? Okay. Funny thing is, I'm totally blanking out. My wife is working on kids' books behind me. Maybe she remembers. Mai, do you remember from Ghostbusters um, the dude in the painting? What his name was? Can't remember. Anyhow, I just realized, and maybe this was in Ghostbusters. It's been a long time, but it's like, um, anyhow. So I think that guy actually looked a little bit like the Vitruvian Man, that character. I think that was from Ghostbusters 2. I can't remember, man. It's been too long. I need to brush up. The geek in me is disappointed that I don't remember that. All right, so I'm gonna have. Okay, for, with this, I'm gonna just get loose with the art and just kind of. Okay, here we go. So I want it to be like. First, I'll get just the blocks in. Okay. Get our shape. But I think for this to work, because it's not going to be symmetrical here, um, he's just going to be like pushing out of the Vitruvian box. I'm really hoping this isn't too. I don't think that's too heady. I think most people know the Vitruvian Man. Like, I think if you show that to like the average Joe on the street or whatever, they're probably actually going to know what it is. Because I will doubt myself with something like that and be like, is that going to make sense? Is that going to be relatable? And it's like, well, you also want to assume the best of your audience, right? I don't want to assume people don't know that. Okay, I want this to be more. This is going to be a very strange thing. Nope, that doesn't feel compressed enough. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Here we go. Okay. He's going to be kind of stuck. Okay. Restart looser. Okay. Literally just start with the stick first. Okay, so I'm going to have this dude who's stuck in a box. How's he going to. How's his posture going to be? Make him a little larger than he is in the actual Vitruvian thing, just to make it a little more kind of claustrophobic. Okay. This is one thing I dislike about my art process is like I know people who could have had this comped ready to go in about 10 minutes. And I always like think a lot while I'm doing it, and I might do too much of that. And what's funny is with professional work, I don't have the same kind of block as often. But with my own professional work, I usually am super, yeah. Frank said, I know people who know people. What does that mean? All right, let's see here. How's it going, Night Gang? Yeah, hopefully this won't be a long night, gang. But I am really pleased to see a member of the Night Gang showing up in the chats. How is your comic coming? Very excited about hearing the Texas Freeze story. It just sounds super cool. I think that's why I do auto bio too, is like I have often had conversations with people where they'll say something so cool that happened to them or so just like unbelievable or weird. And I'm like, that should be like a book, like it's just, I don't know. So I think that's cool, Frank, that you're writing it because I want to read it. I want to read your experience with that. That's a crazy situation. Like, I mean, I know we all have our struggles and stuff, but talk about it just really. That's one thing about working on this comics. It was written such a long time ago, but man, there's going to be some amazing, like harrowing and moving autobio stories from this crisis. Like, as terrible as that is to say, it's just like people are going to have some real stories, like some powerful stories coming out of this. I think survival, hope, that kind of stuff, and I think that stuff's important. I also think that's like how we as people kind of process like crazy things, and like we get through future crazy things because we're like, remember that movie about like the thing that like when this happened and the person was like resilient and got through it. Like that's what gives people hope, I think, is stories a lot of the time. I get a lot of hope from people's stories, like in art too. Like if I ever feel like I am 40, this is like too old to be making comics or something, and like my time has passed or something, it's like, yeah, but like I know a lot of cartoonists that are like doing okay and they're making cool stories, and but if they weren't making cool stories, I don't know, like again, it like I think we getting all corny here, but it's like I think we as artists and as storytellers, like we can kind of do really cool things with bad things. Like bad events can turn into beautiful art. It's very strange. All right, definitely beautiful music too. So okay, here we go. So the friend that I have, who's in like who basically like helped us, like he has a truck, which is awesome. And so he came over and helped us like get rid of a bunch of stuff, because like when you live in a house for like 7 years, especially when you first move in, it's like we had never had a house before or anything like that. We had just been from apartment to apartment, and like, so a lot of stuff just ends up in the garage, and just kind of like, you know, I think especially because we're like creatives and we have like little side projects and stuff like that, like just a lot of the garage stuff just piled up. And so it was like really cool to be able to get rid of like a bunch of it. We got it first with like a U-Haul when we were helping a family member move and stuff. And then like, because they had the U-Haul still. So we were like, sweet, let's get rid of stuff. So we had to go to the dump, but and you know, get rid of the stuff responsibly, even though we live in the desert. And there's a group of people who just drive out in the middle of nowhere and just drop stuff, all their crap out. And then, to me, that sucks, because you want to take care of the area you live in. You know, we have really good air quality out here and stuff. I don't want to screw that up. Anyhow, so, but what was neat was we were talking about just some of the stuff we learned weirdly from being in bands, like, because I had forgotten about this, but there was a point when I was younger where like my friend Josh, we were both named Josh, and we played shows around a little bit. But when we first started a band, like nobody came to shows we were playing. We weren't like the popular band. We didn't have a ton of friends. We were kind of nerds. And we weren't really into like the popular music at the time. Cause like, I think when we were playing around, I mean, you know, this was the era when like a lot of stuff was starting to become like that metal, not metal, but like the hip hop, fusion with metal stuff, like the white rapper stuff, but it wasn't like Beastie Boys or stuff that we could get into. It was kind of like Limp Bizkit. And so there were a whole ton of bands around here that played like funk, which is kind of cool. But it was like not even like legit, like awesome funk. It's just like bands that were kind of trying to be Red Hot Chili Peppers or something. Which is still like, you know, whatever, but it just wasn't our style. And then you had like really crazy like hair metal kind of bands that would play like the local bars, because there's not like a real youth scene in this area. And so we didn't have like an audience to play to that we knew of. We couldn't get a lot of bands to like book gigs with us at first because we just didn't like match that like style that everybody was playing in. Like most of the gigs were, if you're like playing carbon copy punk rock, then you can play punk rock shows. If you're playing this stuff, and we're like indie kids who like were listening to like Pavement, we're like, where's our sound? Like, where's our scene? And like, so we just kind of made our own. Like we were just like, you know what, screw it. We're just going to go to places and be like, hey, can we play a show here? And they'd be like, sure. And then we'd be like, well, how can we get people to a show? You know, well, we do have like a few friends. So we're going to like make a bunch of flyers, and like, how do we get them there on time? Okay, well, we'll say the time is a little earlier than the start time. Like we learned all these lessons on like how to build community and like make our own thing from like out of necessity, because we wanted to play music and we had fun with it. But we just like, we learned how to kind of like, when the odds are kind of against you, even to get like 10 people at first to like a show was like a challenge, you know, because it's like, again, we just like, we didn't know our audience. We just like, we're like, well, we know we're not this, and we need to find our people in our tribe. But what was cool was we ended up getting like a weekly gig at like a coffee shop. And then we started getting other bands that like came to see us, and then like they would want to play with us. And like, so then we ended up with our own little family of bands that played a bunch of shows together and started getting a little audience, like not a huge audience, but like people would show up to every show. I'm not saying this stuff to like brag or anything. I'm just saying there were like lessons in it, like that I've carried with me for my life, because there's, like if we had just waited for like some band we knew that already had a following to like kind of let us in their scene, or changed our style and then like played what we knew would sell, like that was one route. But like the cool thing was, if we wanted to play the kind of stuff we wanted to play and we wanted to find an audience, you just kind of have to do it. And then you find your people, you find your tribe, and you do it by just being authentic to what you do. And hustling. So going, like in that case, you know, we'd go to like malls and just pass out flyers, and go to like, if the mall didn't work, we'd like go anywhere. Like, I mean, just find our tribe. And the cool thing is, like, maybe 20 people get a flyer, one person shows up, they hate the show. 40 people get the flyer, you know, 2 people of those show up, one person likes it, 2 people, you know. Anyhow, I'm just getting into this whole math of like how like playing shows at that age like really taught us like lessons on making your own tribe and your own scene. Because other scenes, like, in order to be that, you kind of have to sell a little bit of your soul. And like, you don't have to actually sell your soul, just find your tribe, like make your own scene. And I think that's the nature of like being an outcast, being a skateboarder, like, which I was not even like among skateboarders, like the cool skateboarder. But it's like, that's kind of the lesson, the valuable lesson from that helps a lot, when it's like, it requires resilience to make this stuff, and also like to market it. And that's what I continually like try to remind myself of, is like, it's possible to find your own tribe. And a lot of it's just like DIY ethics, right? Where it's like, you can't get your book made, photocopy your book. Can't photocopy your book, like, I don't know, like draw a couple copies of your own book. Like, there's like, you know, we had ways of just like, we just find ways to get photocopies of flyers. We didn't know how to make flyers, so we just taught ourselves how to make flyers. We didn't even know Photoshop at the time. Like, Photoshop wasn't a thing, so like, we kind of had to figure out like early on just how to like slap stuff together. And we didn't know how it works, so you just glue or tape or do whatever you want to like get those flyers put together, get them out there. First flyers we put out weren't getting a response, so we put a little humor in them sometimes, and then like suddenly it's like, oh, people showed up. Or we put a little more effort making them look cooler, and like people show up. Like, not tons of people, but the cool thing is like, you can make stuff happen. So the goal of that, anyhow, this is a very long-winded thing while I'm drawing this Vitruvian man stuck in the box. I think I want him to have, this is going to help more to have reference. I have not had nudity in the book, and so I don't want this to seem like censorship, because the Vitruvian man, I mean, you see a dongle there, I guess, if you want to call it that. But it's like, I'm not going to draw that part, because I just don't want to ruin that about my book. Not that that's going to ruin it for anyone, but it's just like, I feel like my book has so far managed to have no nudity. So and I'm not opposed to nudity in books or nudity in art, like especially life drawings like this. But yeah, I don't particularly want to break that habit. So for another book, another time, guys. I'm speaking as if a bunch of people are like, don't erase it, draw it. Okay, so here we go. And this is a very like just crappy I gotta, obviously work on some of that after the fact. And this is not a final. I need to remind myself. So why am I like, whoa, okay. This one, I just realized I am going a little too in detail with. But anyhow, my point was just like, so when Josh and I were driving, one thing we remembered is like we used to organize. So after we had been doing that band thing for so long, and worked really hard to just build our own crew because we were outcasts, like we weren't cool people, and so we found like this little crew of like a community of uncool people who liked the same music that wasn't popular at the time and like wanted to hear it live. And then like we had enough bands and friends that were interested in playing shows, but then we had just like all the places we were playing kind of dried up, and this area doesn't have a good music scene. And I remember at the time I had won like a art thing in high school. They gave me like a free membership to like this art society out here that had a building called the Cedar Center, which now is like a hugely nice thing. But at the time it was just like kind of like in disrepair. And there was this tiny art society out here that gave me a free membership because I had won some art competition. And so I was like, but one thing about it is if you're a member, you could volunteer to like watch the hall. And so I would watch there like on days where I was like able to kind of work on homework and stuff. And also it was just a cool building, like this old like 1940s building, but it also had this giant ballroom, like kind of auditorium type thing. And I remember watching the gallery one day and just being like, we're looking for places to play. And here's this place in the Antelope Valley that like no one is playing music at. And I'm like, I bet it's probably not like super expensive to rent. And at the time I just asked, I was like, hey, if I'm a member of this like art society, like, can I rent the hall? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, how much would it be? And they're like, well, it's like $100. And for renting like an entire ballroom, like at the time, that was like nothing. So we talked about like but once again, we're hit with limitations where we're like, okay, well, we don't know if we can organize like a festival and have like bands like at a big event, but we just figured it out. So we like made like, we talked to all our friends. We were like, we don't have the money to put in at the time because we were all broke, but we were like, if all the bands collectively put in for the venue, then we could like rent it like once a month and then like split the profits between all the bands, unlike all these venues and promoters who like, have you do shows and then like they take the door price and maybe you get free beer or like $2 or something. This way we could like, so we'll get this much, we'll put it in the pot, and then like the community can chip in for all of the things. Oh, and I think the one catch was like that whatever the people who put in, they get back. Like, so if you like paid for materials to make like a banner for the show, then like you would get it back if the door price met it. And so we were like, we made everybody whole first, and then we split the profits like 4 ways. And we had that plan. We ended up making like our own banner and stuff like that, putting flyers everywhere, like promoting it with like mystery and stuff like that. And we had like, I think about 100 people showed up to like our first one. And it was successful and like nonviolent and cool and like self-run and autonomous. And then like it just became a monthly thing for like a year. And weirdly enough, they still have shows there to this day. Like this is like stuff I did, 30 years ago almost. Well, 25 years ago or 20 years ago, somewhere around there. And like the shows still continue there at this venue that like no one cared about at the time. And so I just think it was cool. So we were talking about how just weird it is and cool it is that like and fun it was that we just kind of like just did that and made that with nothing. And like, you know, a bunch of pawn shop guitars and just stuff we scrambled together. And that makes a lesson for me, because if things get hard, like if things disappear, if like publishers disappear or anything like that, like it's just like that. It's like you just make your own venue. Like, so like nerdy stuff. And it's like, you know, like we were not wildly successful as musicians. But it's like we had fun and we built community and we made art, and that's important and has value. And so like that's what I'm trying to remember this too, just as an adult. Like it's like, but it's been a thing instilled in me, like where if I see a wall, like I'm or I have a problem, like with like trying to make a vision happen, I'm gonna try to find a route where it can feasibly happen, and hopefully I can find my own audience, you know. Oh, dude, Frank, I'm sorry, I got like kind of on the sidetrack, and I missed what you were saying. So you said, I'm also doing a standalone comic that's autobio, when I was hit by a car when I was 8. That sounds really cool. And then a comic about dealing with epilepsy. Dude, that would be amazing. And then, so what I'm hearing from this story is the music version of make comics, not excuses. Exactly, dude. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the way it should be, dude. The thing I also like about it is like it build finding your tribe, like finding your people, finding you know, like what's weird is like all the stuff we were into at the time, like about 5 years later became like hipster culture. And a lot of the music we were into like sort of branched off to this thing called emo in like the 2000s, you know, which some of the bands in that I wasn't into, but like I was really into like quite a few of those, because I was really into that movement in post-hardcore that like Fugazi and Rites of Spring like were kind of introducing in, and like Sunny Day Real Estate and stuff like that. So we ended up being like like that's the thing, is like 10 years or 5 years before all that stuff blew up, it's like we didn't know at the time, and not that we were like by that point I was in art school and kind of not playing music much, but it's just like the interesting thing is the world caught up, and like what we were into, a lot of it became more mainstream. But like I think before that became more mainstream, there was all these little subcultures of people who just felt like no one like cares about our cool music that we love. And then it just kind of blew up and became a thing. And so I don't know, for me, I feel that way about comics, because I feel like like I feel like online I've found a bit of my tribe, but I don't feel like fully I've found my tribe in comics. Like I found a few people in my tribe, like for sure. But that's the cool thing, is like I think if I stay authentic and kind of find venues and avenues and keep pressing, like it inevitably is going to at least allow me the opportunity to kind of tell my story. And then worst case scenario, just like a band or whatever, it's like, you know, some of the funnest shows I remember from when I was a kid were like ones where like 3 people showed up, but we had fun. So yeah. Okay. So this is supposed to be saying, if this were true, oh, here. I was going to use my arrow, but I think this will work better. If so for some reason when I am writing this like when I write, if this were true, I think that silly part of that Tenacious D song that's like, that's also true. it's, it's a terrible thing, but yeah, okay. So I'm actually happy with that. That's kind of a crazy page, but I kind of like it. Starting to get there. Okay. Trying to think if this is going to work. So I'm actually pretty happy with this. We're about an hour in, which is cool. Since we've hit the hour mark, Frank was saying, let's see, make it happen. I'll get the contracts ready for the soul transaction. Yeah. And I hope what I was saying wasn't like coming across like I'm saying like things can't be. Oh, okay. I was in the right direction there. Then I'll take a little break. Did I say I this were true? Oh my goodness. Okay. So I'm going to take a 2 second break. But I definitely, before doing that, I just want to clarify. Like, I hope it doesn't sound like I'm saying like um, that like doing commercial work or work that's not your own isn't good. That's actually a really good thing to do, and it can help you make a living. Like, you know, it's kind of keeping the music analogy or whatever. It'd be like being a studio musician who you know record your own live jazz albums. I actually met this guy in Long Beach a long time ago who did he we met him actually at like a children's book event that my wife was at, and he did like beautiful jazz music on like a jazz bass. Like he play in these little ensembles, and he had put out like 10 albums that were like critically acclaimed and like nobody heard of. Um, other than like super weird like niche like jazz nerds, right? But he would like go on tour with like Britney Spears for like a week, like in the summer, and then he'd use that money to kind of like he'd do that with like a bunch of different artists. I don't know if Britney Spears was actually one of them. I think it was like pretty big mega artists though, that were like super pop, and he'd play bass for them and like do that thing, and that's how he'd make his money. And then he'd go and he'd do these awesome jazz albums. That's a really good way to make a living as an artist. I'm not saying you have to, but I'm just saying like there's nothing wrong with that. So I want to clarify. Like I hope I wasn't saying like just be true to yourself and don't take the gig and just do the jazz music, because you might go broke going that route. You know. Okay, if this were true, but like go all in on like you know the vision that you have, right? Like that's where I was getting. Okay, I'm gonna rock this business. Okay, feel like I'm making progress on this part. So I just like, so what I was trying to do, maybe I should pull up that Vitruvian guy again. Ah, okay. All right. So I think I get it. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to take like a 10-second break, and then I will get back to drawing. I hope you guys are making progress, having fun. I expect that soul contract when I get back, Frank. All right, I'll see you guys in a second. All right, so I might rock one more hour. We'll see. I don't know if you guys are ready for it, but it's going to happen. Here it comes. All right, so here we go. Human beings would be fruitlessly seeking identity. A really good Monty Python sketch about it's like almost done like an Olympic game where it's like a big arena with like a track, like a running track, but it's like the writers like they have a bunch of writers in the center and like this just packed arena, and an announcer, like, you know, for like NASCAR or the Olympics or something, and then you have just writers on desks like in the center of this arena, like typing on typewriters, and it's like he typed the letter it, and then the whole audience is like cheering. it's a good bit, and it's kind of a sketch, and it kind of reminds me a bit of this stream where it's like some of this is just tedious work that may not be super exciting, but I'll try to kind of keep it interesting while I'm doing it. Okay, so human beings would be fruitlessly seeking identity. Oh no. No, did I run out of space? I don't want the type to drastically shrink. It's one of my pet peeves in comics, is like when you have a text size on a page, it can change a bit, but you don't want the text to like get super tiny for no reason in one little spot and then be huge everywhere else just to fit it. Like um, that's just something I try to avoid. So maybe that's not it. I do like the idea of using that space though for something, um, but I don't think that'll be it. I do think I might just kind of grab this. Oh, I know what I'm going to do. That's not that bad. Okay, so I'm going to actually have it say human. So I kind of feel like there's not enough attention sometimes. Like, I know some people can be like, be yourself, and it's like it's a vague solution when like my comic deals with depression, right? And it's like that's a vague solution to like depression or whatever, because it's like, well, what is myself though? Like what, you know, the more you know yourself, like the more ambiguous and weird things get sometimes, I think, because self is a really complicated thing. But being an artist, like all that being said, as like a caveat, like being an artist is like an exploration of like figuring out like who you are, like what's your identity and what's the story you need to tell. Um and that's why I think that whole rant about kind of finding your tribe, um if there is no tribe, like make your own tribe, um is so important, because um this art thing is at its best about self-expression, and even for the people who love it and don't make it, like they just like the art, it's like there's something about it that's expressing a part of their identity as well. And even at a crass corporate level, right, you're still representing the identity of something. um, and hopefully that'll be something that's appealing to people, and sometimes as a corporation it's about that too, finding your tribe. So I think it's important to like think about stuff like that. And sometimes like I will admit to like I will get lost in the frenzy of things, or I'll get frustrated as an artist, like trying to find my tribe, and um, or that like I have a small tribe, and whereas I should be pretty content to just have any tribe that thinks the weird stuff I do is cool. Identity. And I think the weird stuff they do is cool. I think that's kind of where you need to go. And again, um, lessons I learned and remind myself of from just being a kid and playing music for fun. Um, Even when we had no right to, like, none of us had like music teachers or like, you know, like really any formal right to like do what we were doing. Nobody like gave us like permission, like, okay, you are in. Um, and we definitely didn't have like the the like stamp of cool from a lot of people. Like we weren't dressing the way everybody else dressed. We weren't like, but part of that was like we were finding our tribe, and it turns out like after a while we kind of did become cool to the people locally here. We had a little following. We weren't like cool, like mega popular, but people thought it was pretty cool. um that's part of finding your tribe, is like you just kind of be authentic to like who you are and like your own stuff, and that will be your guiding light as an artist, right? I think if you find a little bit more about yourself, even if your identity's fractured, right? Because then you can make really cool fractured art. Like, um, I don't know. Anyhow, I'm talking about that too because like it was refreshing to talk to my buddy about that, because I do think sometimes um, it's important for us to have like conversations about like making a living and art for money and stuff, because that's a nice thing to have and it's good to do. But I do think sometimes just the conversation about like the fact that like, hey, we're cartoonists but we're also artists, and like thinking about it like that is a good way to go. And relational fullness. Oh, dude, will that work? Hold on. Oh man, this is gonna be a little weird. I'm trying to avoid having like orphan orphans or anything like that, but I think this will work for this section. Okay. It's so funny. Um, Join this interesting stream to watch type being moved like for a half an hour. Okay, human beings would be seeking. I don't mind the solo word at the top because it fits nicely in the space. Um, but I do kind of think, man, this is so sloppy and cheap. Um, but I do think this is going to help with the final countdown. Ba-da-da-do, ba-da-da-da-do. All right. Here we go. And I think that yeah. The question is, okay, you know what? I am going to do this. I'm going to do an arrow cheat because why the hell not? On just this one. I had an arrow earlier anyway. Yeah. Okay. Okay, this is going to say identity. Okay. I will clean that up in the final. See, the problem is that, but if I have type here, you're going to go from here to here. Ooh. Let's see. Yep, it's not going to work. Oh, never mind. What am I doing? What am I doing? Dude. Sometimes it's the obvious solution. Okay. Human beings would be seeking identity, beauty, and relational fullness, but question, Frank, if you're there, I'm curious about your opinion on this. If you read this, like, do you read it? Um, I'm also gonna possibly maybe move that up more like this. Fix that leg. Um, do you read this as more of so? Do you read this as more of a like from human beings would be seeking identity, beauty, and relational fullness, but, or do you read it as human beings would be seeking identity, beauty, but, and relational fulfillment? Because if you go to the but after identity and beauty, then I need to move that. Are you? You'll have to let me know. I'm gonna, because my worry is like you're generally gonna read in a Z pattern from left to right. But if I do a Z pattern and I go to the blank space, yeah, Corey said but first. Okay. That was just my way to like bait somebody into saying but first. I'm just kidding. No, that literally was like an honest question. So I think I'm gonna have to put the but somewhere else. Maybe I'll just have the end. Okay, I love it. Thanks, guys. Thanks for everybody. This is why it's so cool doing a stream, because I'm like, there are like a few times where I'm like, when I'm working at night, I'm like, I need some ideas. So, uh, yeah, that was my concern too. Thank you guys. You guys are helping me make cool comics here. Identity Beauty. I don't even think that needs anything. I don't have to fill every space. I don't have to get all horror vacui about that stuff. Corey just said, gonna make butt first shirts. That's true. That's gonna be a new thing, just like a night gang. Thanks, Adam. I don't know. I think the page is looking awesome because of Corey, who's in the chats. But um, as I mentioned, like that feedback was like undescribably awesome because now it's like on a different level of weird, but like it flows better having that arc kind of work, and the readability is working. This doing work like this makes me really. This is the reason I think Chris Ware is a genius, because if you look at one of his more complicated covers where it's like a world map and it's like you're just following this weird word map, but it just all coherently flows. Like it's not impossible to follow. It's like he leads your eye as like regardless of what people think about his art or anything like that. Like as a designer and just the idea of leading the eye through page flow, like the guy is just unstoppable as like he's a master at that. And for me, it's like I aspire to do cool stuff like that with a page, but it's work. For maybe other people, it's less work to do. But like for me, because the primary concern of a comic page needs to be that it can be read. Like get as artsy as you want, but if you can't read a comic page, it's I don't know, like it's failing to tell the story, and you want readers. Like, so yes, find your tribe, all that fun stuff I've been going off on. But yeah, thanks guys in the night gang. But first, I don't know, I should actually, it would be fun to like make some night gang shirts. Maybe we could all collab or something and make like a night gang shirt. Write that down somewhere so I don't forget it. I actually like that idea. Night gang. shirts? Question mark? Okay. So human beings would be seeking beauty, truth, and relational fullness, but coming up empty. Oh my gosh, this pen. I need to just stop laboring with a bad pen. I think I have a good pen. All right, there we go. Yes. Okay. Fruitlessly seeking identity and relational fullness. Okay. But coming up empty. All right. Page slow is working so far. One of my favorite things in design is that, like, you set yourself up with a trap, and then you try to escape it. And by the way, that is breaking a rule too. I am starting a sentence, a block of type with but. So English teachers, take that. That's right. I have two really. I'll just say it like so. My sister Lavender, who actually wrote that script, and she's repped by my same literary agent. Which, by the way, I keep mentioning my literary agent. So my literary agency that I work for, like that represents me, is WordServe Lit. I don't know if I ever mentioned them. Arbitrarily just saying like my literary agent's kind of weird. But anyhow, they're representing my sister too. And she wrote the scripts to that pitch page that I was working on. But she also helps, like severely helps editing my work, because she was a professional editor for like our entertainment section in the newspaper for like over 15 years. Or close to 15. Maybe I'm exaggerating. For her, it might have been 10, but she definitely spent over a decade professionally being paid to edit and write and write criticism, because she wrote like film criticism and stuff. And she's still like an excellent professional writer, and wrote this really brilliant script. But I also really appreciate it because she looks over my scripts when I'm done with them, and like, finds like spelling errors and problems and stuff like that. And then my other sister Fawn, who is now a librarian, is a pretty genius English teacher and has been paid to edit people's books, like because they have book nerd friends, and has a blog that's really well written. And then my mom's an English teacher, and so it's like I'm lucky to have people in my life that like are really good at catching problems like with type and words, and so I take advantage of that and have my two sisters look over all my scripts and stuff. But when I wrote that with the but part, I'm like, because when I'm done with all these thumbnails, I'm going to probably print these out, have them reviewed before I even submit them to like an official editor. I want an editor before the editor, so I don't miss anything. Even if I were like an expert in language, I would still want a second pair of eyes on it, because it's so easy when you're drawing to mess type up. But anyhow, so it cracks me up. Just I wonder when they get to this, am I going to get the copy back with just boom? What the like? They're like, what is this? You can't do that. Okay, but coming up empty in this striving sense. How is everything treating you, Corey? You okay? I hope you weren't like completely. I hope I didn't keep you up later than you needed to be up at this time. And it was awesome to see it was just awesome to see like your daughter and like how awesome she is. So anyhow, but I really do hope you got some rest, man. Oh, cool. Corey was saying I needed to be up that long. That's good. Okay. Um, yeah, because like anyhow, like I feel so much more coherent though, because like yesterday, man, Corey and I had a really cool conversation about like all sorts of topics. I think I get very exaggerated in my personality when I'm sleepy, and especially when I'm sleep deprived. And so poor Corey, I was like cutting him off every other sentence. And I tend to cut people off, but it was like on hyperdrive, because I was like sleep deprived and delusional. So it's been interesting. It's just been an interesting, like what actually getting a little bit chunk of sleep. Like I got a good chunk of sleep today, and like now I'm like, but I'm still glad I did it because it enabled this page, which I think is going to be, I think it's going to end up being one of the stronger ones in the book, which is good when it comes to like um, this chapter, because this chapter is literally, uh, I believe, I'm forgetting. I haven't been sharing the chapter title pages, which is going to extend the length of this quite a bit. But the chapters are going to continue from the chapter number in book one. And so, but anyhow, I think off the top of my head, I don't want to go through my script, but I think this one's the climax or resolution. It's definitely at the climax resolution part of the book. But I do think this is the climax chapter, and then the resolution, and then we're done. So, so you want to hit it where, you know, at the end, you want to knock it out of the park. Night Gang, bang. Yes, I love it. Trying to finish a music video animation with my now more limited focus on side work. Yeah, that's got to be. Whew. Empty. I have more space than that. Okay, I realize what I'm doing here. So this is my arbitrary kind of page space to work with. I just want that guide there for me. To have it kind of flow with this, which is, it might actually be better to just crunch it in. You know, now that I have you guys all here in the chats too, does the Vitruvian thing read like that? Like, would, you know, when you see like a guy in a box and a circle, um, does it read? And I also realized that, I also realized that's probably not even on the screen. But would that make sense to you? Like, if you saw that, would you think Vitruvian Man? Like, I would hope so. I didn't want to draw the actual Vitruvian Man because I wanted somebody trapped, but I want to assume the best of the audience and think that they'll be able to make that connection. But I hope it's not too weird, you know. Up, empty, in. The V Man needs more to get the reference. Yeah, I think. Yeah. Oh, Corey, that's genius. That's actually really genius, because he did have the two arms and legs or whatever to kind of have it. Ooh, Corey, thank you. It's a very, very good point. can be like double arms of trapped people. Oh yeah. As for like him being trim or thinner, that will happen. This is just a rough. Like it's a tight rough, but I don't want to get into like perfectly matching it just yet because it's like, this isn't a final page. But I agree with you. Yeah, the anatomy is going to need some work. I actually was getting in there a little too much with like some of this stuff, and I needed to just be a little looser with it. So common logo at the hospital. That's awesome. See, okay, that makes me happy. So I do like the idea of the multiple arms though, being like trapped. I actually think that's really cool. Although I hope that doesn't get in the way of him not being able to kind of reach the circle. That's too far with the analogy. Okay. I also appreciate that coming from Corey too, because Corey uses so much. Thanks, Frank. Okay, cool. But yeah, Corey uses like tons of kind of deep cuts and symbolism in his work. So it's like, if that's coming from Corey, I know I need to work on on that. So that'll work really well. That actually does work better, and it's kind of more cool and abstract. So the problem is going to be this leg, but actually that might be cool. I'm definitely going to need photo reference for the foreshortening because I am like off the top of my head, my own foreshortening is just like pretty abysmal. I always try to use photo reference when I do foreshortening because I suck. And actually, that also means that makes it more like seeking because it's like trying to kind of feel out the space. I think that's really pretty brilliant. Again, Corey, it's good to have art friends that'll tell you honest opinions, man. Good, good, like that's one of the things about a studio space, like, and actually that's great about like group projects or collaborative work. Like, where I work as an art director, like teams can help each other do better work. So there is that part that you kind of have to like in personal work, you have to kind of build that. And luckily, like my wife is really good at giving me pretty direct feedback too. I've gotten some amazing crits from her. But like she's sleeping justifiably, so I'm sourcing it. And then Frank was saying I need a haircut. Oh, he needs a haircut. Lines at the joints too. Yep. I have the reference here. Yep, that's a good point. I'm going to get a lot more authentic with it later on, but I want the thumbnail to, because but honestly, by the time I'm like working from this, I need to remember what it was I was thinking too. Have you ever had that happen, Corey, where you're just, oh wait, we had that yesterday with the what we ended up finding out was a pulley. Where you're like, what was what was this? Kind of having to interpret your old self. So there we go. That's totally cooler. Oh my gosh, dude, this comic gets weird. I got like melting heads, brain stems turning into trees. Come on, guys, this is fun stuff. But continues like kind of some of the weirder things. I actually don't even mind having the nudity in this section. Like, I don't think that would be that crazy, but I just feel like it's so far in the book where there is no nudity. It'd be a bummer to just have this one spot, even if it's classical art, which is funny because there's so much cussing, and this one's going to be gory as hell, man. I'm totally just going to do the fig. I think it's more also just on this page, it doesn't feel like it works. On other stuff, I'm not against nudity in art. In fact, I think it can be important and essential sometimes. But like, especially on a study like that, or in an anatomical sketch, like, but yeah. Cool. Dude, you and me both, Corey. I mean, like, I think in a lot of our conversations, we kind of help each other remember stuff we both forgot. But you are really good at remembering a lot of names of characters. Like, it's crazy. Like, I think out of my friends, I think like you and my buddy who shows up a lot actually and has hopped on, Chris Caligula, like, remember like Star Wars names like better than like anyone I know. All right, so let's see. I'm gonna take another 10-minute siesta thing, and well, did I say 10-minute? 10-second, and then I'll be right back. But I'm excited about where this page is ending up. What a weird, crazy, chaos, but totally legible and followable page. All right, I'll be back. I was just looking at the readability of the page and making sure it actually worked. And the nice thing is, this is another thing that I like about, why is this shortcut not working, guys? Okay, Photoshop froze out, so I gotta close it, reopen. So one of the things I like about posting things on Instagram and stuff is that when I do roughs, like every once in a while somebody will chime in and be like, hey, that's a misspelled word, or like, hey, like that's a little hard to read here, or whatever. That's perfect, because it's like, dude, great, because I want to know in like the rough stage before I go to like finalizing, because the next stage after this is like finalizing type. So, oh man, Corey's hopping on right when I was about to. Corey, I'm gonna be right back, dude. But you're welcome to hop on whenever you want, man.
Yeah, go take a break. It's fine.
Cool, dude.
I'll just wrestle with your gigantic logo while you're gone.
Oh, let me actually get rid of that for you. Just remind me when you hop on, because I'll take it off the second it's there.
I will remind you by making fun of you every time.
Hey, it works when I do a solo stream. Otherwise, I gotta like that. Literally is me and laziness, because what I have to do otherwise is use a different logo, because that logo was literally designed to at the small, like that one has a limit. Like it's supposed to be for a square business card,
right?
And then it's reusable anything larger, but anything smaller than that, it just looks like a blob, because it's a Victorian style typeface, which is why most people don't use that complex of that era of like type at a small, like for a logo, because it's just impossible to read small. So
Yep.
So I'd have to make or find another one of my logos. I don't want to do it. All right, I'll be right back.
I'm just doing some watercolor tonight. So we'll see how well this comes out here. This is way easier on the iPad than it is on the desktop. One of the few things that I like that, actually. Just gonna kind of, I feel like the rest of that a little bit. I'm gonna go a little bit more red.
All right, so this is interesting, Corey.
Yeah.
My son is really like, I've read him, like Fox and Socks before.
Yeah.
And because I've read to him like his whole life since he was little. It's like a piece of advice somebody gave me is like, read to your kid every single night and they'll be a book nerd.
Yeah.
And I think that's true because it's like, holy crap, he's like so ahead on like his writing and all of that stuff. And I'm like, I think some of it's from that. I think most of it's him, but like I do must have been doing something because he likes book time,
Yeah.
But like, so I read to him Fox and Socks and like it didn't really click with him a lot. And then like the last few days we've been reading like bigger books, like we're reading the Narnia I'm reading him the Narnia Chronicles.
Mm-hmm.
So we're starting at the first, and some of it's going over his head, but I think it's fun, because what's weird is a lot of the time like he'll absorb stuff that I don't think he's absorbing.
Yeah.
And then like a week later be like super into it. So I want to give him a chance, on that one. But like, and it's also fun for me to like reread them, so we're on the first one of the series, The Magician's Nephew or whatever. But anyhow, that was a tangent. My point was Fox and Socks. He wanted to read it today because he's been like, there was like a Pokemon book or something that had like tongue twisters in it, and he just thought they were hilarious. And so he had me read that, and that's a rough book to read as an adult because I'm not a good like read alouder. Like it's one advantage of me talking so much, especially when I was teaching courses, is like I would bullet point, but I'd be able to make the content for the class, Right. But with if I were like one of those instructors that just like wrote out everything and then had to read it aloud all the time, or like wrote a speech for a teleprompter and had to read off of it, like I don't read aloud great. And so like a book that's a tongue twister book was just like, oh crap. So I'm reading it and I thought like I was pulling it off, but he's like old enough to like catch when I miss. It was hilarious. But what was cool was he freaking read it. And I was like, I know this is weird. And maybe at 7, that's not like super impressive. But like those tongue twisters are complex in that book, man.
Yeah.
Like that's half the bit is like there's this fox that's just like, I'm going to have you read an easy thing. But there's a warning at the beginning of the book, like this is a dangerous book, right? Because it's going to like make your tongue feel weird. And holy crap, like he just nailed it. Like on like he stumbled on like 1 or 2, like, but not stumbled like reading, just tongue twister stumbles,
Yeah.
And I was like, I was just so stoked for him, and I also really impressed by people who can. I don't know. At some point, I'm gonna have to write some tongue twisters. They sound fun. It'd be fun to do like a tongue twister comic,
Yeah, that would be interesting. Have you guys read? Have you read? Let's see, what is it called? The Book with No Pictures.
Oh, dude, I mean that is one of the best kids books I think in the last like 4 years. Just I think it's like only 4 years old or something, but it's like
it's pretty recent.
it's so good. I have never seen that book not work with a kid. And it is really impressive to have a kid's book with no pictures, and that's the whole premise of it. Is like it being this book for anybody who's not familiar. It's like a book that makes you say. It's a book. The premise is it's a book that makes adults have to say silly things, and so like it starts off, kind of sets the premise like, hey, this is a book with no pictures, and here's the rules, with a book with no pictures. Adults or anyone reading it has to say everything that is written. And then it just starts to proceed to say just really silly things like, I am a monkey who taught myself to read, like stuff like that, and then the way the type is designed, though, it kind of makes it easier for the reader, like for the parent to know where to iterate, like that, like, so it'll be like, I'm doing this and it's like a robot typeface, like an 8-bit typeface where it says robot voice, like, so to do the robot voice at the time and cadence it needs to be to like deliver the bit. It's such a good book. Yeah.
I mean, I think the genius of it is in the typography, which I think most people would miss because they're just like, oh, it's written really well. But it's also laid out in a way that just, like you said, guides everybody through it.
Yeah, I don't think you could, like, I've heard it read by multiple people and no one reads it. Like, I rarely hear anybody read it in a different tempo. And when you see that with typography, where the type itself is so beautifully executed and laid out, and then it's well written too, to where it guides the way it's going to be delivered, like it's kind of amazing. I love that. That cracks them up. You read that one to your kids?
Yeah. Read that one.
It's clever too. I love books like that.
Lately, I've been doing Shel Silverstein with Maddox.
Oh, dude, Shel Silverstein's a good one.
Maddox is just obsessed with body parts, and so like he calls belly buttons belas. And so Shel Silverstein is a little irreverent, compared to a lot of children's book illustrators, and so
he's
Maddox
wonderfully irreverent.
Yeah, Maddox is just like, Dad, see the belas? See the bums? And we're like, yeah, we'll read a couple poems and then we'll look for the belly buttons and the bums. That's what we're gonna do tonight.
Yeah, dude. Where the sidewalk ends, like my son was all about that last year. And like great. The one that got him every time, like most of them would crack him up, but the one that he just thought was so funny was the I'm being eaten by a boa constrictor. Yeah. And as it's a poem that's like describing, like, as the poem proceeds, the person writing the poem is being eaten by a boa constrictor. So it's like, at first it's like, oh no, he's nibbling my toe. And it proceeds to all the different body parts that the boa constrictor's at, and then it goes to like, heck, it's up to my neck. And then I forget the last line, but it's like, oh no, and then it just ends. It's so good. I love those, man. Shel Silverstein, man, like, just so good.
He's an interesting dude.
I need to read more about him because I think he was like a folk singer as well.
He also
because he wrote that like Rolling Stone song that in Almost Famous. The I gotta get my picture on the cover, like. Anyhow, like a lot of like weird songs that were like for adults and irreverent as well.
Oh yeah, he used to hang out with Hugh Hefner and he did all kinds of stuff for. I've heard, I've never seen that. He did all kinds of stuff for like Playboy and stuff. So he was a fairly irreverent fellow.
Yeah, people kind of miss that about a lot of kids book writers and like a lot of great kids book artists.
That they're like
like
meaningless people.
like Roald Dahl, dude. Like some of the funniest adult fiction, like short stories you'll ever read, are by Roald Dahl.
Yeah.
But like he's also incredible for kids, and I think it's partly because it's like they kind of assume better. I don't know. I feel like Sendak had that too, where he just assumes better of kids than a lot of kids book writers do.
Yeah.
And then kids like it because they're not being like talked down to, you know,
Right.
like, I don't know. Kids like being treated like people.
Yeah. I'm just reminding myself that there's a very solid reason why I do not do watercolor in real life. Just
Watercolor IRL. What? Why not?
I don't have the patience, and I'm too much of a control freak to like let the water flow where it goes. You know, that's
Yeah.
I'm like, no, it needs to flow where I freaking tell it to flow. that's what it needs, because I'm already going to go in and get out my selection tool and like start cleaning this mess up.
Huh.
So yeah,
Well, it's
I'm just trying to get like a
painterly vibe.
A ship patina kind of.
Have you tried just doing the like different shades of that same, like different values before kind of going in with like an alternate like tint to the thing, like kind of sculpt the ship with the same values as the flat? If that's the base, I don't know what the ship color is going to be at the end though. Do you want it to be kind of the?
I'm actually, I don't uncommonly. I am kind of like just experimenting, but this is the other ship.
Okay.
And so I want it to stand out. So it'll probably be more of like an army green, like an olive, kind of washed out.
Okay, so you're gonna go for green. Okay, sorry. You know, you could just make it less opaque and more let me find the brush. Like more of like a dry media brush might actually get more patina on there.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, but coming up empty. But who knows?
Some of this out here.
I really like the ship though. The ship looks really cool.
Yeah, it's a fun one.
I also like the skull, and to know that we had our little skull night yesterday.
Oh yeah. Heavily influenced. What?
Frank said, happy Mother's Day to your wives. Hey, watch it, Frank. I'm just kidding. Yeah. No, we appreciate it, man. And like, yeah, I am hoping we'll have a good Mother's Day.
Oh, that is bizarre. This is Adobe Fresco. Adobe has got to be one of the most siloed organizations I've ever seen. I mean, it's a polygonal lasso that I'm trying to use right now. And it is just like, why wouldn't it look like every other polygonal lasso in every other Adobe program? It's just super strange. I don't know. They weird me out sometimes, those guys.
The Adobe guys, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, why are you like yourselves? I don't get.
They're incredible and incredibly frustrating and buggy at the same time, and it's kind of unfortunate because it's like they are also like one of the best still, but like they're gonna lose ground if they can't. Cloud thing, the cloud thing, they really need to work it out. I've never had Photoshop, like even in this stream, I've had to reopen it twice.
Right.
And that's been every computer, my work computers, my staff work computers, ever since the cloud, like every iteration.
Yeah.
And depending on the update and the week. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty bizarre the way they. I don't know. I was in contact with some of their software engineers and some of the team leads a while ago, and I don't know if they appreciated it or not, but they were paying attention at least. Because
I remember at Max, I bumped into one of them, and he was like a higher up there, and I was like asking him about stuff. He's like, "I know, we're working on it." I was like, "Oh, okay." But he was like, he actually was like, "I know," and you know what else? And I was like, "Holy crap!"
Yeah,
I actually appreciated that. Like he was like, they're aware of it. Not only that, but like even more than I'm aware of. That's a problem, and like and are open. Yeah. So I will say that their reps have been actually pretty cool whenever I've met them.
Yeah, the interesting thing.
But what's funny is, for all I know, it could be just some guy who has no control over any of it, and he's just like, "How do I respond to this dude?"
The thing I find funny about them is they let their engineers out of the box a little bit too much, to an extent that I just love, because like most companies understand that, like, you know, most engineers are not good communicators.
Yeah.
But like you go to Adobe Max and they're like, yeah, we know that. We're just going to put them on display anyway. It's just like they stick them up there on sneaks and stuff. And you're like, wow, this is probably this guy's nightmare. You know, you see him like flailing around while whatever celebrity comedian they've hired that year to make things not boring is kind of like trying to figure out how to interact with this like uber nerd. It's just, I love it. It's so great.
I will say, like, it's interesting. It runs the gamut, you know. The speakers will have it, those things, man.
Yeah. And sometimes I wonder, like, I've told this story so many times, but sometimes I wonder if they good call in the dry media. I'm doing a Conte cran, and it is working well on the metal bits, which is nice.
So it's funny when I need to make this more fig leaf-ish because it actually looks a little weird. Let's see here.
Can I duplicate
fig leaf will instead be pointing more like a, like it landed. It's that doesn't work either. Oh man. Okay. I think that actually was okay. I guess it's just a weird thing to do with things, but
I guess I'll just do.
And this isn't a final.
There we go. Okay, now.
There we go, dude.
Oh my gosh.
That's like night and day better, dude.
Come on, this freaking program. It's great on the. It's great on the iPad, but on the desktop, it's like pulling teeth. Give me the.
I would just do that in Photoshop, but I don't know.
No, it doesn't have the live watercolor.
Oh.
Were you watching the live watercolor?
Yeah, I was. I still haven't messed with it, so I'd be curious.
It is, I mean, like, you can literally come in and like it's like wet,
mm-hmm.
and you can control. Oh, that's what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen where somebody will just do a line across and it just drips down, but it doesn't drip down like fake. It's like very organic and real.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty legit the way that it does it.
That is cool.
I like it. All right.
That's always been one of the weaknesses of digital art too, is watercolor just never quite looks, but they're getting there.
Yeah, I feel like Fresco's nailed it, but I am also not a watercolor artist, so
yeah.
There's a good chance that I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Since they are separated.
Is that going to be? Yeah, I'm just going to. Once again, didn't think through the materials of this.
Coming up empty in this striving.
Can I add to this mask? Oh my gosh, this is so annoying.
Would it be? I'm trying to think. Okay. Sorry, I'm thinking out loud. I'm just trying to think of like coming up empty in this striving. Could be a continuation of the Vitruvian thing.
Multicolor eye drop to simultaneously sample multiple colors. Tap the multicolor option in the tool panel.
Oh, I've got it. Dude, I'm gonna get all meta.
I want a multicolor eye drop.
The thing I love about trying to do deep cuts in a legible comic as part of the narrative, not that they're like super deep. I don't go as deep as a lot of artists, but the thing I like about it is it's a challenge to like go, will this read? How do I make this read? You know, like to more people. And I like that a lot. So now it's just going to be the dude.
And then some blue.
Wait a second, even better. Okay. I was going to pull Vitruvian guy in for this empty and they're striving thing. And I realized that actually what I'm going to do is have the square smaller in the circle. It's going to have to be a very simplified version of the Vitruvian dude, but hopefully the connection will be clear with the previous one.
Seriously, Adobe, what the heck? Long press with your finger on your canvas to access the eyedropper tool. I'm on a desktop. I don't think they made a desktop version. I think they ported over the iPad version without any changes. It's like, now I'm going to try it if I could do it with the...
They're like, touch your screen and make fingerprints on it. But what am I supposed to do other than just smudge my screen right now? I've seen, it's so funny too, because generationally it's so different. My son does this all the time. Like we'll be watching a movie on our TV, which is not touchscreen.
Right.
And he'll especially if we put on like a Blu-ray or something and the menu's on, he'll like try to
start stabbing it with his finger.
Yeah, it's like, don't touch the TV, dude. Like, but it's funny because just to him, it's like it's just such a weird world where like, why would they have a button that you can't touch like on a screen?
That is pretty bizarre.
It is weird. If you grew up like being able to touch buttons on a screen, you'd suddenly be like, why would they design it any other way? Like,
yeah.
It's okay. It's interesting. But, okay, so in empty is going to be the box here now. Actually, even smaller. Go bold or go home. How about that, Corey?
There you go. I think I saw that on the wall of a CrossFit gym.
Totally. America. All right. I like one of my favorite painting teachers from college used to do that. Like he was really rigid and strict, like very like mentor mentee kind of teacher.
Yeah.
Where it's like, you follow these rules and you'll learn to paint. And you're like, well, I'm going to deviate. No deviation, you know, like,
yeah.
But when you did it, you were like, holy crap. Like you leveled up like 20 times, you know, cause it was like an intro class. So you'd get less formalistic later on, but it's like, you learn those basics. But he would also, if you were being kind of tight with your drawings, or like just with your intuition when you were doing life drawing, like you were working out the drawing, he'd make the rounds around and you're like in the zone, focusing, trying to pay attention, do the rules, and he'd just go, be bold. So at first you kind of hate it because you're like in the zone trying to focus, and then you just have this guy step behind you going, be bold, and you're like and if you're being too precious, you'd just be like and like but what was cool was by the end of the semester we made t-shirts with his face on it that said be bold we gave him one. We wore it the last day of our class because it was just like he was so great. Like
That's
because
awesome.
if you learned like, oh, I am being too tight, you just go at it, and it was cool. But yeah, I always think that if I'm being too rigid, I'm like, be bold.
There we go.
All right, so what's gonna be the best? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna have sad Vitruvian dude, emo Vitruvian guy.
Seriously, every time you say Vitruvian, I hear Viltrum.
Viltruvian. Okay, so I wanted to hear, because I talked a little bit about it, but like, what's your overall feeling about the series as someone who's read it? Like, what would you say is better? What would you say is worse?
I mean, I think given the climate of today, I think they did a good job based on what was probably available to them from Amazon. But there are several characters that they may introduce later, but they haven't introduced. And I kind of wish they had, instead of doing 8 episodes, done like 20, and do like a real season. Because there's like, without giving too much away, there's like royalty of Viltrum that start getting involved. There's this character called Dinosaurus who is pure intelligence. So he doesn't
I love the character names, like how some of them are just like a kid's name for
oh yeah, straight up.
Yeah.
They don't even pretend to not do that. They're just like, this is Rexplode. He makes things blow up.
It's so awesome.
This is Dinosaurus. He's basically a big genius velociraptor.
Is he a villain? Or it's just the kind of show where who knows?
It starts to deviate from. I mean, the thing is, right? The main part of this is that, it's like a love letter to like normal capes and tights kind of stuff. But they kind of got away from that once they started exploring, and it got more interesting, and they kind of did their thing. And so after a while, there's less of that, and so he's not your traditional villain. He's not a good person, but he's not a bad person. It's kind of like when you hear there's a bit that I get Bill Barr and Bill Burr confused all the time. Burr is the comedian, right?
Yeah, the one that was in
Mandalorian. Yeah, so he does a bit where he's talking about like, I'm the only one who's willing to say this, but like we need like half as many people, like this is before
oh, hey Ronnie, sorry, just letting Ronnie know how's it going. All right.
Anyway, so they kind of go through and so like he's talking about like, just to save everybody, we just need, we need less. And so he has this whole bit about how he would just start blowing up cruise ships. He's like, because nobody needs those people. People are going on cruise ships. What good are they?
Bill Burr is so good.
But Dinosaurs kind of is of that level of like, you know, for the greater good, you know, I'm just gonna, you know, destroy this city,
Yeah.
you know. And so, you know, not a villain per se, but not a good guy.
Got it. So he's just a complex villain that's not a villain in his own mind. I love it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, you know, I already get the vibe that like it's a Kirkman thing. So Kirkman always plays that line of like, are they villains? Like,
Right.
you know, are they heroes? Because he's very much doing, I think his kind of thing. I was trying to think of this the other day, is like what kind of separates his stuff from like the other stuff that kind of is from a similar era that is you know, like Watchmen and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I think it's that like I don't know, I don't even know if this separates it, but I feel like Kirkman's strength is that he takes the absurd premise and just treats it as it would be.
Yeah.
But he writes his characters with a lot of like sympathy and consideration, which is really interesting. But he'll also just disregard them with like brutality. So it's like so it's an interesting thing because I feel like a show like what's the other one on Prime
The
that this
Boys.
one of course is going to draw comparisons to.
The Boys.
Yeah, The Boys. The Boys is a lot more humorous and like straight up satire at points.
Right.
And while it like has characters, it doesn't like deeply treat them like real people in a weird way, even though it's a similar premise of like real world people versus like these psychotic gods, you know, like
Yeah.
But it's still got like a much more like tongue-in-cheek, like riffy humor to it. Whereas like there's something kind of like, even though it gets brutal with Kirkman, it's like there's still something like, I don't know, like sincere about his characters, you know?
Yeah, I think, and I don't want to make assumptions about people's intentions, but
Yeah.
I get the impression that Kirkman actually really does love comics.
Yeah.
And I get the impression that other people are kind of embarrassed by them.
Yeah.
You know, and so like when he does a send up, you know, to something like I believe him when he says that this is his love letter to superhero comics. Like I don't think he's like I think Alan Moore, like he went out to destroy capes and tights. Like I think that was his intention with Watchmen, was like, I am going to show the world how ridiculous this is, you know, and like how absurd and how it would actually be, you know, and this idealized world that everybody's living in. I'm going to show you how you're wrong, you know. Whereas I really think Kirkman actually really enjoys comics and loves capes and tights comics, you know, and but he's also, I don't think he likes a lot of what it has become as far as like, I mean, one thing that he and Ryan Otley have said multiple times is like, we have stakes that stick, you know, like if somebody dies, they're dead, you know.
Yeah.
If somebody gets fat, they stay fat for a while or forever, you know. And that, there's a lot of stuff in what they do that I think kind of comes out in that. So I mean, you know, it's,
Yeah.
I don't want to be one of those guys that's like the book is always better, because like it's
Sometimes it is though, and like
no,
quite often it
it
is.
usually is, but it's because reading is a more intimate experience than watching.
Yeah.
And
Especially
it's like,
comics.
yeah, and also like video is a very compressed medium in that you just can't, you know, you can't have as much in it unless it takes way longer, you know. I mean, in a few hundred to a few thousand pages, you can have all kinds of stuff happen, but in a TV show that would take years, if not decades, to get to that level of intimacy with the characters and, internal monologue that doesn't translate well and, on screen. And so you have to kind of like find ways around, thought bubbles and stuff like that. But in general, I feel like they did a good job. I guess that's my long-winded way of saying I liked it and I enjoyed it, and
Got it.
I think everybody should read the comic as soon as they possibly can because
So the comics got
really
like more detail and nuance though than from what you're saying too.
significantly more.
Yeah.
I mean, there are entire characters and chapter arts and races of aliens and stuff that they just had to skip over just to get to the point that they got to. And they haven't even touched in the show. They haven't even touched this expansive universe, literal universe that he's, that's out there. I think the original format is usually the best version. A movie turned into a novel adaptation. The novel is almost always inferior, but a book turned into a movie, usually the book is better. I would agree, except for, I think, let's see, what 9-year-old Corey would argue that Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey had a better novelization of the movie than the movie.
Really?
I loved it. I was obsessed with it as a kid. I read all these novelizations and I was like, wow, this one isn't just retelling the movie. It's like there's all this character insight and stuff.
Oh, nice. So one question with the Bill and Ted one. Well, first off, like, have you seen the new Bill and Ted?
No, because I tried to rewatch 1 and 2 and I couldn't. I couldn't.
I rewatched 1 and I have to say it's pretty terrible, but like I still nostalgically enjoyed it because it was so bad, but like awesome bad, and not even awesome actually. It's like awesome things I thought were awesome.
I tried showing it to my wife and daughter who had no prior experience with it, and I was just like, I don't know if it was just that embarrassment that overcomes nostalgia, but I was just like, this is not good. Let's just call a spade a spade. So we kind of turned it off.
Yeah, I would have to probably, I don't know. I still want to check out the sequel, like the third, because it would be fun, but maybe later on.
I don't know if it would be fun for me.
I'll probably wait for it to like be on a streaming thing, so like when it for free. Well, yeah. for the subscription, then I might watch it, and in 10 minutes, if it's terrible, I can just
see my problem.
I tried the sequel to Coming to America, which I love and still holds up, and I haven't
seen that one yet.
I need to give it an honest try again, but like I got kind of bored very early on. It was like, I don't know, this just doesn't feel like the first, like it doesn't. Yeah. I don't know, it just didn't. But I don't know.
My issue with stuff like that is like, and I know this, this almost sounds really elitist or something, but like, I value my time more than that. Like, I just don't have, I don't have the time to watch bad media, like I don't have the, like, I can't sit here and just, like I used to enjoy, like I'll go rounds with people about like Reptilicus and, there's some really awful stuff that I used to really enjoy, but I can't do it anymore because I mean, like literally right now I got somebody else reaching out to me again to do an animation. And my wife is like, you're beginning to hate this, like you need to back off. We don't need the money as bad as you need to love art. So like you've got to figure out a way to like start turning these people down.
Yeah, dude, that's a hard learned one. I struggle turning down people still, but
oh man, it's
an easy trap, man, because the extra income's nice and like but like yeah, there's a reason, like outside of my day job, my day job, I do whatever, I'll do whatever art needs to get done for whatever client, but personal, I'll take a job here or there. And I'm enjoying that luxury because let's say I ever like didn't have my day job, then I'd have to hustle and take all the stuff. So I'm enjoying that brief, like the respite, the ability to, I don't know. But even then I still struggle. Even with personal projects, there's still a struggle with that. But I agree, like it's important. So your wife is on point.
Yeah, she is. She almost always is. And this is one of those times. My main problem that I'm having right now is I'm just like, I got this music video. It is at that stage where I'm like, I put a ton of work into it and I'm staring down the barrel of like more and more work. And I'm just like, I don't know if I can. Like mentally, I don't know if I have the mental strength to like continue to do this. And I get like that on almost every project where I'm just like, all right, how do I figure out how to make this work? You know?
Yeah.
But at the same time, like on this one, it's not my project. And so I have like that extra struggle, but also, you know, I will never take someone's money and not do an exceptional job on it.
Yeah. That's not an option.
So, yeah, right. So it's just like, I'm at a crossroads right now on how to exactly do what I need to do, basically. And so I'm gonna like bite the bullet and figure out how to make it work and everything. And it's, you know, it's a good storyboard, but I've gotten all the interesting stuff out of it already. You know, I mean, I'm enjoying what I'm doing right now. Like, I'll paint airships all day long. That's fun. But like, I just hate everything else that I have to do on it right now. And I think I've just overloaded myself.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah,
you got to relearn that every like, you know, every now and then. I constantly like relearn that lesson and then forget.
Right.
It's also like when you're trying to function at a really high level of like what you're accomplishing and trying to push it. This is really cool how this is coming out. It's like one of the more abstract pages I've made.
That's fun.
Now I got to redraw this guy a little bit.
What should my third focus color be here? I don't like the red.
So if you're going with like a yellowish, maybe a purple would be good. Just get a little complement in there.
Yeah.
But if you're going to use purple in the shadows, because complements and shadows, then maybe it's what's the other ship again?
Let me show you the other one.
The other ship's red, right? Red and yellow or something?
Mostly red, yeah. So it's like that.
Okay.
But I've got kind of that like washed out bluish gray.
Okay.
I think I might actually use that same washed out bluish gray.
Is this for metal?
No, I haven't. I haven't decided what any of these materials are.
Okay.
So
I should use the same bluish gray. Yeah, that works. Yeah.
I should know the answer to that question, but
Well, you don't necessarily need to, but
no, but I usually do.
An informed color.
Like I usually know exactly how everything is built, like in my mind. I'm just going faster right now, so
well,
that's okay. I like that. That'll work.
The other thing is some of these ships are a little bit nonsense tech, so that's kind of how nonsense tech works. Like,
yeah, but even
might be
even,
but still, you want to know your material.
Even my nonsense tech, I typically have an idea of functionality. Like even the stuff I'm hiding, I know where where it's connecting and what's going on underneath the surface. If I just don't want to draw it or animate it all, I'll hide it, but I still kind of understand like why it's there and what it's doing, which probably defeats the purpose of actual nonsense tech. But
yeah,
I'm not saying it would work. I'm just saying there's a purpose. Oh man, this app is so slow. I love the brush engine on it, but like, holy crap, like the reaction time is driving me crazy.
I find that even on my own personal projects, sometimes I will grow to feel resentment about them too, though, but a lot less than when I overload myself with like client work.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I know I do that.
Yeah.
And that's, I definitely do that. I have to type in, look at this. I have to type in what percentage I want to zoom it to. They haven't included the zoom tool.
You can't there's no shortcut to just punch in and zoom.
I can hit Command plus.
Yeah.
It zooms in 1 percentage point at a time. And
what?
Command 0 does nothing. It's a bizarre program. It's pretty strange.
Well, I mean, it's probably like you were just describing, where it's like it's probably not that strange if you're.
No, it functions really, really well on the iPad.
But it's like it's just they don't have it really. I don't know, maybe it's just not really.
Is just way cooler than the iPad.
All right, so I'm trying to make these expressions a little different each time.
All right, I gotta look at some pictures of tall ships for a moment here.
Oh wow, I was like, this is gonna be a short one. Nope. But I'm almost done with the page, working that out. So I guess it's not as bad as like 4 or 5 in the morning at this point. I will take that and run with it. Okay, let's see here.
Oh, there we go. That's nice.
Adam was saying the Bill and Ted comics are great. I would love to read those.
Yeah. I have not read them.
I need to reread the Gene Yang run on Avatar. Like, I have heard excellent things about those comics.
I think I have the first Avatar comic, like, collected.
Nice.
And I've never actually gotten around to reading it.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah. See, that's that blue and yellow and kind of desaturated burnt orange.
So does this kind of make sense? I mean, it's probably really hard to see tiny on the screen here. I'll
pull it up.
So there's going to be type at the bottom. Oh, it's still lost. Hang on.
Just go full screen for a minute.
Okay. Let's see here. 2 things I got to do here. Oh, whoa. Okay, let's see, and then I'll just do that. Okay. I'm going to adjust all the different poses to where it's like a person trapped in the box.
Uh-huh. I haven't read the text, so what are you conveying right now?
So it says human beings would be seeking. So Miller talked about imagining there was a rift dividing humans from their. Did I write that creator or their creator? Oh, this is following. So it was that creator. Okay, and then if this were true, human beings would be seeking identity, beauty, and relational fullness, but coming up empty in the striving. And then down here, it's going to say, since they are separated from the creator who provided it all to begin with. So I'm probably going to end up crunching those little box panels up a little bit. Like the space that this area here is filling up will probably get reduced to taking up about that much space. And this type up here might actually get condensed a little bit and moved up a little bit.
Yeah.
But just the box falling out of the circle, I think that works.
Okay, so this is a little weird, but this page is already a little weird. What if instead of having beauty, I can't see the rest because it's off the page now, but go left on your screen. Beauty, identity, and relational fullness.
Mm-hmm.
What if in very small type, beauty, identity, and relational fullness became the box? Like instead of having a line there, it was that type repeated over and over again.
No, that's too far. That's too far because I'm already pushing it really far on legibility. That'd be, I mean, it might look cool, but that one would just make it, I think people would possibly skip it, you know?
What if, I can't draw on your screen. What if this were true, started outside of the box and led into that line, and then the whole sentence, if this were true, human being could be seeking beauty, identity, and relational. I think, I don't know. It's an idea. But
oh, if it was like the text box.
No, like imagine like you're doing like type on a path tool in Illustrator.
No, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Ignore it. It's just a weird idea.
No. I mean, I kind of like it.
I need to stop doing this because every time I make a suggestion, you're like, cool, and now I have to do like another 45 minutes of work.
Dude, I don't mind. But that one, I don't know if I got to think about that one. I might come around on that, but it doesn't make as much sense as the others to me. But once again, I'm going to stew on it for a second. The thing I was just trying to figure out is like, does this read like this? I mean, if you were reading this, would it be clear like this dude is falling out of the circle? Or would it be better to have like, if I had like the circle here or something like?
You're trying to get him to fall out of the circle?
Yeah.
I would have, hold on. Let me just sketch. I can't do this
or I could just hold on.
Let me show you.
Oh,
what I think you'd have to lead us a little bit more. So put me.
Yeah. You're right.
So if you had like.
Okay. So I can
circle,
maybe
like
have
this,
it be
right. So you have your circle, and then you have your square.
Something like this.
You have your initial square, and then you could have the next one could either be really obvious like this, and then start to separate them a little bit more, and then you have gaps, and then the gaps increase.
Yeah, I think that's the way to do it.
Mm-hmm. You could have your circle, and then your square, and then at least like the edge of that corner of that first box.
You were right about that, so I will work on that. Okay. Let's see, you like the idea? Okay, I'm gonna mess with that in a second. So I'm gonna step out for a minute. I like that though. Okay, so let's get, that'll actually make the space I need to actually. So it's weird kind of abstractly building it. But I think sometimes it leads me to like really cool, weird layouts that I like. Okay, I was gonna disappear for a second, but now I'm like wanting to see better worked out.
That's this one. There we go.
Ah, thanks, dude. Yeah, the snake around the hand was me after, like, Corey and I did like a very early morning, like long, crazy one where both of us were like super sleep deprived. Um, and the funny thing was, like, I was exhausted by the end of it. So, like, I called it without finishing the page. But then, like, right after I was still hit by like insomnia. So I was like, well, I guess I'm finishing the page. I was like, I'm in no condition to stream, because at that point I was just like, if I had talked, it would have just been like, but this, like, all this work, like this part kind of came out of that, like kind of resolving that corner. So, um,
Ronnie's off to work.
all right, have a good one, Ronnie. But yeah, that was how that ended up coming to be from last night.
That's bizarre. Wait a second. So weird.
I'm gonna just really more basically cartoon this at this point, and then I'll kind of work from there.
I gotta go faster. I think I've experimented to the point where I'm good. And now, if I don't go faster, I will be wasting my time. What am I thinking there?
So, how is the process of like kind of getting a team for this going? Like, is it?
I've got a team. Actually, the thing I'm considering is unusual for me, but I'm actually considering turning this over to one of the members of the team and just saying, I want you to animate this, and I will. I want you to animate this, and I will. I'll just keep making assets. So that is a consideration that I'm having right now.
It's not a bad idea. That's actually kind of a Disney approach.
Yeah,
because the big dog animators at Disney, they do story. That's like probably the sexiest job in animation, I would say. Right. And that's writing the story, creating the whole thing, and then, like, yeah, you're talking being, like setting up the key art and then just letting people animate.
Yeah, so
that's
I might
it's not
do
a bad
that.
approach. Yeah.
And I mean, it would cut way into my margin, but I actually feel some fairly significant burnout coming on.
Yeah.
And so I'd like to head that off if I can and just avoid that, because I already have I've got 3 more animations in the pipe.
Oh, jeez.
And I'm like, and then I've got people knocking on my door, and I'm like, I could use the money to pay for, like, my wife had a bunch of like heart stuff happen during labor that was, I haven't seen the bill for, but I can't imagine it's going to be inexpensive. So but at the same time, so I want to get ahead of that, but I also don't want to burn out. So that's kind of where I am right now, which is,
yeah.
So I kind of want to figure out a way to take this on and see if I can take on these 3 projects. I'm like hesitating to say what is actually going on, which is I may be starting kind of an ad hoc animation studio, which I kind of don't want to do, but would work pretty well for what I need right now.
That's smart.
Do I want this to be this color? I don't think I do. Think about it. What am I doing? I'm gonna make that white. So anyway, so yeah, that's the struggle. That's the challenge. I mean, I don't like relying on other people. I don't like giving away money that I feel like I should have. So there's a lot of things that you have to let go when you start to do that.
Oh yeah.
And like,
I'm kind of one of the worst people to ask for advice on that, because a lot of that, I just tend to, a lot of what you're describing, I avoid like the plague.
right.
But at the same time, I also have been in similar traps, but I also might be the wrong guy to ask for advice on that, because my advice, like, I'd be like, write an autobio comic and spend 5 years on it and make absolutely nothing on it. That's the solution right there. So
Yeah, and I actually like that.
yeah, that's my favorite stuff. All my the problem I have, and this isn't me complaining, it's just I've been like this for a long time. Like, I like weird stuff. Like, I don't like Catcher in the Rye, which is a weird book, but I love that book. But I don't like it as much as I like Franny and Zoe, which is a way less popular book. I for some reason, a lot of the stuff I like is not the stuff. Like, that's just the way I'm wired. So it's like, of course, that's what I'll make as an artist when I'm being authentic.
Yeah.
It's just stuff that, like, it's like that art stuff,
So anyway, but yeah, I don't know. I think
That's rough.
I'm still thinking about things from like a scarcity mentality.
Mhm.
I don't know why. I hate saying this because it sounds like bragging or whatever, but I've been able to provide fairly consistently for a long time with very little interruption. And I
Yeah.
don't know why. I don't know why I continue to act as if that's going to suddenly change. And so I think I might be at a stage in my career where I would like to maybe let some money flow through rather than get stuck, because I actually just think that would be less stressful.
Yeah.
So
That's worth
but
money.
at the same time, one of my biggest gripes with like every job I've ever had is that I stop doing the fun stuff and I end up doing the management. And
Yeah, but that's a tough one.
it pays well, but
Yeah.
like I hate managing stuff.
Yep.
And so that's my biggest concern is I don't want to move into a situation where I am managing other people doing stuff that I enjoy. And I think talking out loud, I just realized I just need to hire a project manager for this.
Yeah, or just outsource the work, man. Get your
No,
team.
but outsourcing the work, somebody still has to manage that team.
Yeah.
I just realized yesterday I'm going to hire a project manager.
That could work. Every time, so there's a give and take, and you know this, but it's like there's a give and take when you delegate. It's like,
yeah,
whatever you delegate out, you lose control over scenarios, and
right.
you have to be okay with that.
Right.
So if you delegate out like that facet of it, the project may be managed differently.
And
I'm okay, and that's okay.
I'm okay with that on this one because it's not a personal project.
Yeah.
And if I do it to somebody, who's good quality, because I already have somebody in mind, she's like one of the best account execs that I've seen.
Yeah, so do that.
And the project would go well. I actually don't know. I don't need it to be exactly the way I would do it. Mm-hmm. I just want it done so I don't think about it anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. Now I'm just going to see how much that will cost and if I have that.
All right. So I actually think that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Like you also like always want to, like, for me, I will have times where I'm tempted to just make like way more or something and like compromise and do stuff. Cause like I could make probably twice what I make now. And this isn't bragging either.
Right.
But if I, like, instead of doing comics, just took illustration, I could
Yeah.
like combine the salary I had pre the salary job with my salary. So it's
Right.
like that would be really significant.
Right.
And it might ebb and flow per year, but it's like I spend a lot of time on these things. So, but it's like I talked about this at the top of this too, but it's like I think like you have to gauge your soul when you're talking art. You have to consider your soul.
Oh yeah.
And for me, I'll take my soul and like kind of seeking my own tribe over like trying to be in some other tribe and like sell my soul.
Yeah.
And that's the hard part, so I don't know.
Yeah,
Okay.
I agree. I don't know. I think what I'm hesitating about right now, and this is I'm realizing this as I'm talking, because I think you and I both process things out loud. But I hate photography because I loved photography, and then I took too much paid work doing photography, and I stopped loving it because I just started doing too many things that everybody else wanted me to do.
Yep. I didn't have to wear a shirt and tie at my day job. I did it like partially just because I don't know, it helped me like separate like the day job and the outside, and like gave a professional appearance. But I also realized in retrospect, it's also because I came from like 15 years of doing t-shirts, and I was kind of sick of
t-shirts.
Yeah. Like, and I loved it. Like I didn't like t-shirts were something I tried to get into because I liked what was being done in that field. And I'm not talking like although mall t-shirts aren't as bad as they used to be, but I'm not talking about like that kind of t-shirt, but like just really cool t-shirts have been a thing I've loved my whole life. And I realized like if it only was like a couple of years ago where I was like, okay, I'm going to start wearing a t-shirt to work.
Yeah.
Which I've been able to do the whole time, but I'm just like, I couldn't wear like graphics and enjoy them anymore. I just dissect them, and it wasn't fun.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the dark underbelly of art that very few people talk about.
You have to fuel your fire, however it is, or
But even beyond the fueling the fire, it's like if once you start taking money for something, it becomes very difficult to continue to love that thing.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that that's a thing, but I mean, for me, it is definitely a thing.
Yeah. It's sad too, because it's like we actually need money to live, which is unfortunate.
Right.
If we could just all make art, like that would be great.
That would be cool.
Oh, dude. Okay, I want to continue this, but I do need to take like a 2-second break, which I was talking about a while ago. But it's like this little box thing. Which, by the way, look at that, Corey. It reads perfect. So,
scroll up so I can see it. Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So,
nice.
And then I'm gonna fit some text down here. So I'm almost wrapped with this, which is cool. But I'll be right back.
All right. Okay. So what am I going to do here? I think I'm going to attempt to repaint the wood. I'm going to go with grayish green.
Okay. Oh, dark. So one of the reasons I've gone tighter with these roughs is that experience in shirts where I do these little thumbnails, but if I did like really tight pencils before I went into tighter pencils, like not tight pencils, but tight, like rough pencils.
Right.
I've just, I don't know. It's all just arbitrary anyway. But but the point being, like, it just would help so much when it came to the kind of boring, not boring, but the more designer mode where you have to, like, because when I work my layouts, but I do it kind of before I've penciled all the assets.
Yeah.
So the next phase of this is me going into like vector, and the way I'm treating it this time, and I treated a bit the last book, but I'm doubling down on it, is trying to kind of separate the phases. So I'm like a different employee each time,
right,
of myself. And so right now I'm in that phase where I'm like the storyboard artist that hates the writer, because I did stuff like words that are vague, that where if I were a client, I would be asking for specifics, but I am my own client, so I know I can come up with my own specifics. It's kind of fun, but but I just was focused mainly on straight good writing, hopefully, and then from there, like, focus on like the best emotional impact for each page that will express that writing. And that the next phase is going to be like being the vector guy who has to be the graphic designer who does the layout for the page, and work out all the panel borders and like these circles and like through lines and stuff that would be nice to save me the pain of ruling them later on when I lightbox the type and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So like, just imagining that were your job, it's like a page like this is a crap load easier than like a scrappy thumbnail for me to work from on that next phase. So all this like work on just like tight roughs actually is really going to benefit, I think, at the end of the process, because it's like, yeah, this page is, and there's some stuff that, like, I'm not going to have to do a ton of research because I've already got a lot of base there. And then some stuff where it's like, I definitely am going to need to like gather some photo reference to work from, you know? So,
yeah.
Makes
sense.
I think I feel what you're describing all the time. And I think some of it's like innately, I don't know. Like, I don't know if there's an escape from that. Because I think innately art is contrary to money. And I hate saying that as a guy who loves commercial art, taught commercial artists. I lead a team of commercial artists, but it's like, I do kind of think if you really want to do art, the pursuit of commerce is like, can be almost the enemy of art, which sucks. It shouldn't be that way.
You know, I don't know. I'm listening to myself and I'm imagining being a young and hungry artist, listening to somebody saying the things that I'm saying and just hating that person.
Yeah, because it's, you know, and I've been the guy who hates that person who was hungry.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
but like the issue is like,
and when I was that guy, I was the guy who's like, oh, the pursuit of whatever, like, friggin', I want to get paid. Like,
right. And I like money, you know.
Yeah,
it's great. I love it, and I feel very blessed. I do think all of the work I'm getting is a straight up blessing from heaven. There's no doubt that that's what's happening. Yep. I mean, I don't want to discount that or make that, you know, seem like I'm ungrateful or that I think I'm doing this myself or anything.
Yeah, you're not trying to complain about the manna.
Yeah, right, exactly. But at the same time, like, if I'm looking at that honestly, like, I don't think God would want me to, you know, he's not giving this to me as a punishment. And so if I take it and I'm not, why isn't this working the way I want it to? Oh, I turned my water to flow down. If I take it and I'm treating it like a punishment, like I have to do it and I'm not enjoying it and I'm not getting good things out of it. And, you know, I don't think that that's the greatest, because I mean, the real purpose I think of this is I like to pay some hospital bills and
Hey, if that's the goal, man,
provide for my
just
family. And so yeah, I've just got to eat my pride and get past the I like that way better. Eat my pride and get past the idea of like somehow I need to control every aspect of everything that I touch in my life.
yeah, that's tough for cartoonists and animators, man. We like control. It's I struggle with that though, so I get it because it's like I sometimes also weirdly have to just remind myself it's okay to be a worker among workers, because I mean there is nothing inherently wrong with that.
Right.
Like that's actually a pretty good thing. And then the neat thing is it's also so funny. This is like really connected with what I started this thing with, but this stream. But it's like I was talking about like how when I was in a band as a teenager, we just wanted anyone to come and watch us play anywhere. And we didn't really even care about getting paid. We would just like book shows with the desire of just kind of like building a community. And because that all just sprang out of desperation because we wanted to play music for people, and we just were like everywhere we looked where there was already established venues and bands playing locally, it was just not our people or the kind of music. So it's also okay to do that. So it's like it's okay to be it's okay to take the studio music gig because you gotta eat. Like,
you can enjoy that.
And the only way to enjoy that for a lot of people, I think, is a very valid way, which is like, hey, I am going to eat, and that's okay. This is my food. Like,
well,
this
that
is not...
and like like I've learned to fall in love with the process.
Yeah.
Through the years, I enjoy the process of creating, even though many of the things I've been paid to make, I don't care about.
Yeah, and it's fun to. It's also a lot more fun than like bricklaying or something.
Right.
Sometimes. But like, so like the thing is, like, I think it's easy to get lost in both, where you can start getting frustrated. Like, so the music analogy I was bringing up was like, you can get frustrated that you're a studio musician because all you want to do is play like the music that you love for your people, and you're stuck playing music you dislike for the people that would never talk to you, like the guys who you hated in high school, like just or you can view it for what it is and be like, hey, this is a pretty cool way to like buy a hamburger later on or whatever, like and similarly, like you can also take the other approach, like if you're trying to do just expression and like you can be frustrated that it's not buying you a hamburger and lose the fact that like lose the kind of fun of the fact that like like you get to kind of create your own community, get to create your own, like whether small or large, like your own tribe, and like enjoy that process of it, as opposed to get lost in the thing that was the whole purpose of like not doing the main thing. So I think both can conflict with each other, and it becomes like a grass is greener. Whereas like, I think in one, if you're like pursuing profit, like, and there is nothing wrong with that. Like I view that as like my day job. Like I pursue profit by doing the best art I can for the clients that come to my workplace, whether I like what they want to do or not. Like I just make the best thing I can. I make the best out of sometimes terrible ideas and sometimes great ideas. And I kind of accept when I'm at, I guess I'm describing my ideal because I don't always do this. I too have that conflict. So, but when I'm at my best, I just accept it for what it is and go like, this is a really cool way to like eat. And then on the other end, I like when I'm at my best, I realize I'm doing what I did when I was a kid in a band, where I'm like, I'm making my own thing. Like I'm like, there isn't a venue for us. We're not the cool kids. So like, we're going to find, we'll play at a coffee shop for 4 people. And one of those people for some reason shows up the next time we play somewhere. Right. We don't have a photocopier. So we're going to find a place to make a photocopies. We don't have a venue. So we're going to rent a hall. Like, we don't know how we're going to fill it, but we're just going to try. Like, and then the weird thing is, that DIY thing just kind of works. And you just like, you do build communities. And the only way that's not a fun process is if you're like, you rent a hall and then you're bummed that it's not a stadium, like it's just, so like when I'm at my best, like that's a lesson I learned as a kid that I forget and I have to remind myself of. Because those are some of the best memories of my life are like, these weird times where like me and a couple friends were playing music for like 3 people at a bar or something, it was a lot of fun. And so it's like, I think, and we were making art, like we were making art at the time. We were making music, and it might've been terrible music, but it was definitely art. Like we were expressing something and making a sound that we felt needed to be there that wasn't there. And that's what all we're doing now, just as adults. It's just the money part obviously is huge now, but it is and important. But I think if those things can be kept kind of pure for what they are, for me, it makes me more content. I don't know if that helps at all, because I've been thinking about that a lot. It's ironic. It's interesting to me how our you and I have like our emotional mood synced somehow. I don't get it.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's yeah. I think I'm trying to avoid a coming slump that I see easily happening if I don't turn a corner.
Yeah.
And do something else. But I don't know. I kind of feel like this is concerning to me because of what I've been spending a lot of my time doing lately. But I kind of feel like I just want to go through and illustrate a bunch of stuff that doesn't move and just kind of say screw it to animation for a couple months or something. Which probably means I just need to work on that comic.
Yeah. So there's that too. Like one of the things that keeps me really engaged in comics, like I know a lot of people who know me are mystified by like how I could spend 5 years working on the same thing.
Right.
But part of it's because like I literally do every style. I like for this, I like the fact that like my self goal is to get one of these a day. But if I need to take a week on like a thumbnail to make it better and awesome, I can. And like I don't have that luxury at a day job with like a deadline and stuff like that. So or with a client. So it's like it's different. It's different enough. I actually like that what I do is different enough to where I don't burn out by doing that professionally. Like, I don't know if that makes sense.
Oh, totally. So, Adam's saying he's a starving artist with a food stamp card.
Hey, that's a way to do it, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying like that's ideal, but I'm just saying like I don't think there's anything wrong with like being a starving artist. I don't think there's anything wrong with being a wealthy artist. Like I think it's just, and I think any kind of artist, whatever position you're in, it's really easy the longer you're at it to get kind of burnt out. And I struggle with it all the time. And I definitely, I feel it every once in a while because it's like there's a reason a lot of the older artists like get like some really just genius artists, but they just become like these really bitter people as they get older.
And that's not
And
just
I could
art.
see it, you know.
And that's
It's
not
not
just
just
art. That's just life, man. Like I have seen like so many people um just get bitter and jaded. And it's like that's one of the reasons why I moved into teaching was I really enjoyed being around people that aren't jaded.
yeah, 100%.
And I was like, like I actually kind of need to be around some students that don't like hate everything and whine about everything all the time. And
Yeah. Yeah, I
but
mean that's super important, man. Because that's it's hard to do anything, and actually it becomes difficult, especially if you love it, because
yeah,
love is tough and like you know, but that's why I remind myself of stuff like that because I'll struggle with it and then I try to kind of stay for myself. I try to stay on the I kind of whether it's healthy or not. I separate the professional work from my own work. I have high creative standards on anything I do. That's just part of who I am.
yeah,
And so I think a lot of it's just about being true to who you are, man. Like if you're, um, a guy like, I think part of who you are is like, doing just the best damn job you can on anything you do, whether it's personal or anyone else's or
right.
whatever. So knowing that, like, that's not going to be an issue. So think about like just things that are true about yourself.
Yeah,
That's going to get you
I've
there.
always struggled with that concept.
Yeah, it's
Um,
I even said that at the top too. It's so funny. We're overlapping a lot because I mentioned that the ambiguity of like I being true to your own identity, like, finding yourself it sounds good kind of colloquially, but it's sort of a meaningless thing because who is yourself? Like, like it's
right.
a, it, but, there's some truth to like, to it, to an extent viewed from the right lens where it's like, acknowledge the ambiguity of it, but like, there are truths about yourself as you are now. That's where I'd say,
Yeah.
So
For me, the only real useful part of that, because I find most of it to be kind of like, self-help BS.
yeah, it totally is.
But but the useful part about it to me is I can usually identify when I'm like way off. I don't know that I can really identify when I'm on well, but
Mhm.
definitely when I'm off, I can say, yeah, this isn't what I want to be doing right now. So I don't know,
Yeah.
but that's yeah, I don't
Well,
know. Like
yeah,
this weekend, I had a great time hanging out with my kids, and I
yeah,
got very little done, but like you know, I got I got some video. Uh, we went and got Scarlett a motorcycle helmet, so she's all set now, and it's so funny seeing her um, taking Maddox around on the mini bike, and we just had like a great time.
Mhm.
Went out and kayaked a little bit. I can actually kind of see how it would be easy to just say, you know what, I'm not gonna do this anymore. I'm just gonna be a guy who, whatever. Like I can see how I don't think I'd be happy doing that, but I could totally see how somebody could just like give this life up and say, I'm just gonna be somebody who's entertained. I'm just gonna kind of like I think I would go nuts, but got kind of a glimpse. I think some of that every once in a while for me is important. But
yeah, and
like,
I personally think, I, I actually think a lot of creatives might be mentally, yeah, like we're definitely not. I don't think we're neurotypical,
right,
um, and I think for me, if I could do that, and be happy, I probably would. Um, I don't know why, but for some reason I have to do this kind of stuff or I kind of lose it. I don't know why. It's just part of my personality. So it's like I could also just like I do get some creative output like at my day job. I could just do that.
Yeah.
And just call it, and then like if that job goes, like, you know, put a little, like, update my portfolio and like make the rounds, either start freelancing or whatever, and just do freelance and make twice as much by not doing this kind of stuff. But I don't know why. It's something I have to do whether it's healthy or not, and like that's sort of weird, but that's what I mean by being true to myself. Like that's my truth. Like it's not everybody's truth. I would definitely say, like, I've told people too, like, do comics. They're awesome. They're cool. But like, if you can quit comics, like, do it. Like, don't do it. It's a headache. It sucks. But it's also like, it's my favorite thing. It's like, I'm in love with comics. Like, that's the thing. And love isn't always easy, as tropey and weird as that is. But that's what I mean by being true to myself, or true, being authentic to who you are. It's like I've tried enough times. I have actually tried to quit comics. And I realize I'm just in this very long-term abusive relationship with this thing.
Yeah, you know,
it's my mistress.
I read a book recently, that Big Magic book, and I think I've moved past that thinking. Like I do think I was in a helpful but kind of codependent relationship with creativity. But it actually kind of feels a little disingenuous now to say a lot of the same things that I used to say about that, you know, or, you know, saying that I have to, or I don't feel right or whatever. I think I've actually moved into a space where I don't think that's true anymore.
Okay.
It's interesting because I mean, I still think I enjoy being productive, and I enjoy being creative. I get a lot out of it. But I actually think I'm doing it now because I enjoy it, not because I'm like self-medicating.
So that's like, I think, a different interpretation though. It's I don't do this for self-medication either. It's just
but I have. I mean, I
okay.
very literally have been doing this for self-medication for years.
See, I think that's so there's a fine line between, it's a little thin, and I get it because it's very similar, but for me, I do get some self-medication. Like, for instance, the other, like, yesterday is a good example. I got some self-medication because I literally was like, because of, I personally think it was probably just like holdover from some of the side effects, the not being able to sleep. Because once I've slept, I just like feel fine and kind of normal. But it's like I literally just couldn't sleep for like 3 days. I got like 6 hours of sleep for no reason. I don't have like a newborn baby. I definitely push projects hard, but I don't push that hard. Like, that's insane, you know. Right. At my age, you just shouldn't be functioning on 6 hours of sleep in 3 days, you know. Unless you got a really good reason for it. You got a baby, you got a deadline, you know, like it just, right. In that case, it was kind of self-medicating, where it's like, hey, I can't sleep. I have this thing to do. That was nice. That was self-medicating. But what I mean is like, did I say Creator? That's because this is actually going to turn out to be a sci-fi at the very end about a guy named Creator.
The funny thing is I totally saw that and it registered that it was wrong. And then it wasn't what we were talking about. And my mind was like, that's irrelevant.
Yeah. So
that's not what you're talking about right now.
So, yeah, like, so I guess like where it's not self-medicating, and I think where the important distinction is, and where it could be really unhealthy, is like, it doesn't define who I am. but it's definitely a part of who I am. But if I start making it the definition of who I am, that's where I end up falling into that trap, because if it defines who I am, then I'm really gonna like be overly attached to like the status of it and like who's looking at it and how many views I'm getting of it and stuff like that. That could actually be really dangerous, because it's like you don't want to sell. I don't know. And I've struggled with that in the past too, but I try really hard not to only say the part, like the part of me that gives me value or importance is that I'm an illustrator or something, or that I create comics, or that I do my own stuff. Like, because I think our value just innately is. And I forget that sometimes, but it's like, I think that's the really important thing with like this soothing part of art. It's like, I don't think we need art to, I think we do need to tell stories as people, but it doesn't have to be art. That's the way you do it, you know?
Yeah.
But it's tough though. And I kind of get what you're saying. But I will say, if I did get to a point in my life, this is something I actually spent like just getting more open about it. I'm sure I've talked about this, but the first 3 years that Ben was around, I quit comics for a bit. I just stopped, and I was like working on this graphic novel and stuff like that. And I prayed about it a lot, actually. When I started doing it again, because I felt like part of who I am was missing. And also I felt like it's a really important story. Like I actually need to tell this story. It was weird because I prayed about it a lot. I was like, if this is something that I'm not supposed to do, I want the desire gone. Like I actually wouldn't mind if like tomorrow I just woke up and was like, this is not something I need to do. Because I could have like 5 years of like vacations and like a lot of interesting fun memories, but I've become more and more convicted that it's more than just me kind of doing a hobby at night or something,
Absolutely.
But I'm okay with it being a bit of a hobby, but it's just like if I could stop, I will say that hasn't changed for me. Like, it's interesting because if I could, I wouldn't make comics. But if I were in an apartment, right, like if we lost the house, I would probably still be working on comics. I don't know. It's just I always end up arriving there. It's strange.
Mm-hmm.
Not that it's like a life's purpose or something, but it's yeah. So if that's gone, I don't know, or if that's not something, I don't know. That's kind of cool. Maybe don't. and I don't mean that as a negative.
Right. No, I'm not saying it's gone. I think I had a bit of an epiphany as I was reading that book.
Yeah.
And I realized that I think I was playing the part of who I used to be rather than actually being who I used to be.
Oh, that makes sense.
I actually think I've moved on past the somewhat toxic need that I had to do this. And that doesn't mean that I don't want to do it. It just means that I think I've actually come to really enjoy what I get out of it, rather than being like trying to. I kind of imagine like the last few years, just like that guy that's got like an avalanche behind him, or like a horde of zombies, or just sprinting. And it's not a pretty sprint, it's not graceful. It's a death scramble. As soon as he stops sprinting, he'll be overcome by, all the stuff behind him. And I think it was helpful, and doing that helps you survive. But I don't think don't think there's an avalanche behind me anymore. You know,
Yeah.
I don't think I'm on the verge of mental illness anymore. I don't think I'm on the verge of like a breakdown or, you know, like a crippling anxiety session where I like go into a hole for months.
Yeah.
I think that's behind me.
Yeah, that I definitely. I mean, I'm cautious with that because I am a person who is very prone to severe depression.
Yeah. And I'm
So
not saying I'm
so
not
like,
saying that like
oh yeah,
anxiety and depression are behind me. I'm saying
oh
that
yeah,
the need that I have to overcome
yeah.
that, I think is coming from a different place now.
Oh, 100. So that, and by the way, I'm kind of relating, but not assuming we're the same. You know, so these aren't criticisms or anything. It's just bringing to mind my thoughts on it too. Because it's like I have to like kind of acknowledge from just in analyzing myself and my life and stuff like that. But like, it's highly likely that I need to be aware that I'm a depressive. Like, because if I forget, then I easily kind of miss little signals that are like, hey, dude, like it's almost like forgetting. If you were an alcoholic, forgetting you're an alcoholic would be a problem,
Right.
That's definitely my thing with like my personal like mental struggles. And definitely always working on being a better person and kind of being more aware and learning how to kind of adapt and be a better human. But at the same time, like it's good for me to know that there's that like for me, it's beneficial for me to not forget that there's like this creepy looming ghost that just kind of wants to hang out and get me every once in a while. Like I need to be aware of that guy, like no matter how often he just decides like I'm not gonna get in there and attack this guy.
Mm-hmm.
But I do agree. It's weird. It's like I kind of agree also about the enjoying the process part, because I definitely do enjoy it. But the strange thing is, I wonder, like for myself, I wonder if the reason I get enjoyment out of the process is just sort of accepting, as corny as it is, that it's sort of part of who I am. Like it's not like it's not a full part of my identity, but it's definitely like a quirk. Like, like
Yeah.
it's like a personality thing, and it's I just said it's not, but it is. But but it's like it's kind of ingrained in my soul to like make art and tell stories. So when I'm in the process of doing that, especially for myself, I need to enjoy it. Otherwise, like if I'm going to be doing it anyway,
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense. But I would say, because of that, that's kind of why I say, like, I think that if I were able, though, to just be like, nah, like, this story is not, like, if I didn't feel like the story I was making was important or valid or good, and I'm not talking like those occasional doubts that pop up, when somebody's working on something, but like, yeah, I think I would probably just be like, I'd pick something a little more lucrative as a hobby,
Yeah. It's interesting. I don't know.
But I don't know, man. Like I think it's fascinating. I'm curious, like kind of what do you do with where you've arrived then on that is an interesting thing.
Yeah. Well, I keep doing this. I think that's what I'm not articulating well is I'm not saying that I want to stop doing this.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that these that is not helpful. Where's the thumbnail button that I can make these things bigger? Oh, it's right here. Sorry. Give me panel options and bigger thumbnails. Yeah, there we go. What I'm saying is that I am coming to a more authentic realization of like the relationship that I have with art. I think I was for a while still using the same language that I think was true at some point, but is no longer true. And so what I'm doing is it's not like I'm like, yeah, this is my journey and I've come to the end and I don't want to. Oh, I see what's going on. That's interesting. And I'm not doing it anymore. Like this is the end. You know, I'm going to go sail off on my ship now and not do this. I'm just saying that I have different motivations and different reasons for doing this type of thing now.
Yeah. So that's what I was getting at. So with that in mind, what do you do with that? Like, what are your different motivations and how does that change your process? Because motivation and process are pretty combined. And so it's like, you know, it's interesting to me, but it's like, since you're kind of juggling and kind of thinking out loud about like what to do with the whole thing, like with the scenario of like overloaded plate of animations, and what you want to work on your own stuff, like, or like if you want to work on your own stuff, what do you want that to be, and all of that. Like, so what are your motivations now for doing art, and then is this fitting your motivations, like what you're doing now?
I mean, my motivations now for doing it is that I enjoy it. It's fun.
Is this fun? Are you enjoying it?
I'm not enjoying the client work.
Then cut the client work. It's like that's the hard. But if the client work is like a scenario of just money, then like, yeah, dude, like a lot of people take side gigs when they hit hard times to make some extra money. And not that you hit hard times, but you had something come up that's like a cost. Like, you know, for some people, like, and even teachers, it's like, you know, like sometimes like if times get tough or like they want some extra income, some people like mop floors for like extra money, or like, you know, like do weird side jobs or whatever. Like, so that this is a side hustle gig, to make that extra amount, whatever it is. If you don't need it, then why bother? And and I don't mean need it, but like if it's not like something in your goal, then like why? And if it is, then like just, yeah, like find a way, like outsource it, whatever, find a way to make whatever nut you want to make out of it and get back to the fun stuff, you know?
Yeah.
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 Yeah, dude. And I'm giving you solutions, which is not what this conversation was about, I'm guessing, but you know, and I think you'll know your own solutions, but it was just a thought, you know?
Yeah, no, it's an interesting thought. I think my main thing is it's a weird transition to go from, you know, the mentality that people are coming to you and hiring you because of what you've made, to people are coming to you and hiring you because you can get it made.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, but yeah, I don't know. I see a lot of really successful designers and illustrators make that move, and I have trouble imagining a world where my current level of like demand would continue. I actually think it's kind of an anomaly that the first quarter of this year has just been eaten up by client work.
Yeah, and those times come. Like a really good example is just like my wife. right now is kind of going through a similar thing where she just got flooded with kids books.
Right.
And for her, it's like we like the extra income, but I've told her like anything you like want to cut, we don't need to have, you know?
Yeah.
And for her, she's just knocking them out and kind of getting through it and rolling with it. But I don't think, and she's a really killer illustrator. So it's like, but I don't think like she's, you know, pouring her soul into it. Like she would like a big personal thing, but she doesn't have any personal projects she wants to work on right now. So it's for her, like it's so far working out, you know, and she's in a flood scenario where it's like, she literally finishes a book. She's just got another book. Like there's no,
right.
And she's got a bunch scheduled out. So it's like, it can work, but it just depends where you want to be. And like, and you're right. It is a hard thing on like the switch if you decide to, you know, because
yeah, but
for her, I also think it may not, like equally like you described about your own scenario. It's like neither of us think it's solely from her work, even though I think probably that more so than she does. But we also acknowledge like anything, like, because I know we both know like super talented, like amazing artists who can't get any work, and it's bizarre, you know?
Right.
But so we're aware of that, like, you know, anything we get is like a good thing, but but for me, it's like interesting because like, I still just wouldn't want to take the work. Like, I just wouldn't want all that freelance. I'll take one or two, you know, here or there, but I wouldn't want to do like a whole book.
But is there a price at which you would?
Right now? The problem is I've gotten to the point where I'm not quoting a lot with that kind of thing. So,
right.
I mean, it depends, you know, it depends.
So there is a price.
Well, I mean, there's like, for instance, like what I do right now for my job is for a price. Like, I don't,
sure. Right.
I if I had my choice, this would literally be like what I do all day, you know? This kind of comic, not just comics, but this comic, like my comics, you know, written by me, made by me, and that would be it. Like, I wouldn't want to have to make merch or anything. I'd just do this. Like, but that's not my reality. So yeah, everything has a cost, you know? So yeah, the reason I have like the main stuff, the main gig is for that, you know? And if that dries up or something, like, yeah, I'd have to probably look at a cost.
If that didn't dry up, because here's the situation I'm in, right? I've got the main gig.
You just have really tasty paychecks on these things.
Yeah, and that's I'm wondering if you know, if it's if there's a price, because
well, that's the question. So
I haven't done anything on my own.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not true. I did the Wacom stuff, and they kind of just gave me a blank check and said, "Do whatever you want," and that was fun. I think part of this might be the juxtaposition of like, oh yeah, I remember how much I enjoyed doing that. Just make whatever I want. But yeah, I mean, the issue I'm having is like is twofold. One is like the money's good. The other one is it's actually interesting. You know, like, I mean, as much as everybody complains about client work, there is a bit of a fun challenge to it.
Dude, client work is awesome and challenging, and you know, like, yeah, I mean, like, one of my favorite things about where I work is like the challenge, like the impossible challenge of making a lot of good art in a very short amount of time, and conveying something effectively, but like in the most productive, like cost beneficial way possible, and overcoming the challenges and obstacles of like a big project. There is nothing better. Like it it almost can match creative work temporarily, like personal projects temporarily, I think, in those little ebbs and flows of successes, like because you really feel success on
Yeah.
professional projects, because if you nail it and you please your client, there is a literal reward at the end of that race, and that's a very good feeling. It's a fun rush. um so like anytime, I don't know, like for me, if I got like a huge paying offer right now, I would weigh the cost of my family time, my personal time on creative projects. Like, is that going to slow down? Is that going to cause me to have to put this book on pause for how long? How long's worth it?
Mm-hmm.
And then basically, yeah, I mean, just that's kind of the consider. Oh, and my day job, like, would it interfere with what I do already as a baseline?
Right.
So it's like that because I already have that part filled. So if anything exceeding it, even if it's a really big check, it depends. It depends how much I need that big check. So it's, but then, like I've had times like you're describing where I've been flooded and had absolutely no idea how I would do it, and I've made decent money. Like back when Maya and I, before we moved to Portland, that happened, where it was like the first 4 months of or the last 4 months of that year paid for our entire move, like, and like relocation and everything.
Right.
Because we just had this big upsurge in clients, and I just was in a daze, but somehow the money came. And actually, honestly, before we moved to this house, when we were planning on buying a house, like I did a similar thing where I just hustled and took on way more than I could handle, and then just nothing, like somehow it just happened. And I was fortunate enough to be in that scenario. So I don't know. It's doable, but like that's what I weigh. I think too, like how to weigh that. It's just hard to make a choice, on it. And it's never easy to be like, I don't want money.
Right.
That's especially for people who grew up poor or people who are financially smart enough to know like financial situations can change. And
Right.
so, and also futures matter too, right? Where it's like, your kids and your generations and all of that stuff. So it's hard to, yeah, that's a hard one to be in, man. Not hard, like, to clarify, because Corey made this clear before too, but I don't think Corey's saying it's like, oh, poor me and all these offers. Like, I don't think that's where he's coming from on this. I think he's just kind of saying, this is my problem I'm dealing with. I don't think he's equating it to like the problem of like struggling to make rent or something and like needing work. Like, that's a completely different problem. But still, like, people can have problems that are, it's like the pain threshold. Like, just because your pain's not at a 10 doesn't necessarily mean it's not pain. And also sometimes a pain that's at a 10 in one scenario is different than pain that's at a 10 in another. It's all kind of subjective. There's always problems to kind of work out. So I think it's interesting. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't think I can tell you what, but I can hear you out on it and ask questions if it helps. But
I'm not really looking for advice.
Yeah, it didn't sound like it. Yeah, I've been there though. That's all I can say. I've been there and I've gone both directions. I've had some really cool stuff come up that I've turned down, and then maybe a month later been like, I might have been able to use that money, and then a year later I didn't even think about it or regret like turning it down.
Yeah.
And I've had times where I took a job for the paycheck and regretted it. I've never had the reverse so far, but
Where you haven't taken a job for a paycheck and regretted it?
yeah.
Yeah.
But I have had times where I've taken a job for a paycheck and then 5 months down the road, like that amount that I made is in savings or something and saves my ass. So, and been like high-fiving my past self like that. Thank you for getting through that month. So
Yeah.
that's where I'm like, I just relate because it's a tough one to answer, you know?
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I've got some fairly significant medical bills coming just based on the way hospitals handle things. And, I mean, like Malia's heart rate was at 35 for a while.
Holy
and
shit.
They were like, holy crap, what's going on? And then nothing was happening in a negative way. But then everybody was like, well, this is concerning. And so they ran all kinds of tests. And luckily everything seems to have worked out and been fine. And it was just a weird thing.
So
But
she's insured though, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but that doesn't mean no money out of pocket. That just means no medical bankruptcy.
100%. No, and
So,
I 100% hear what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, so you got your deductible to worry about, and that's what I would like. Maybe just look at it. Well, we'll just see. That's another thing too of like with that, dude. Yeah, that sucks. I don't know. I hate the waiting part. It's better to just know what you have to deal with, and then it's easier to make choices. Because if you don't know, like you don't know what the bill is, so you don't know what choice to make.
Right.
Because once you see the bill, it'll be easier to make that call.
I'm just assuming the bill is going to be gigantic because, I mean, if nothing goes wrong, it is immoral the amount of money that it costs to bring a child into the world. Like
it always is
ridiculous.
Yeah.
And that's if there are no problems.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's like half of what I used to make is how much it costs Scarlett to come in with insurance in a year. I was like, are you kidding me? Like nothing happened and we were in and out of there, like, and it still costs like $12,000 to $15,000. So anyway, that was out of pocket. That was the out of pocket expense. That wasn't even like what insurance covered and whatnot.
Yeah, the insurance costs are usually.
Did you freeze?
It's still some of those bills of what things actually cost, and it is absurdly insane what it costs.
Oh yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, so like anytime I get those bills and I look at what was covered, it's like insanity. And you're right, the birth thing is insane too. It was expensive. Ben was expensive.
Yeah, it's
quite a few nights in the hospital. So.
Oh, did he had to stick around for a bit?
No, we had to stick around for a little bit.
Yeah. Anytime you're there for a bit, it's just like
crazy. It wasn't bad. I mean, it wasn't bad comparatively to most. But it sucks. That's rough. Yeah, I don't know. You got to make that call, dude. Like if you've. And maybe it's not a call you have to make instantly. Like it sounds like a lot of this is also like maybe just future worries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've gotten out of debt before. Worst case scenario, I just have to get out of debt again. And that's not the end of the world. It's not fun. I hate it, but like I know how to do it.
Well, I would I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry though. That sucks.
Yeah, it's
That's
fine.
it's
Rosalind's cute. It's fine.
well, that is a friggin' miracle and awesomeness. And will just be the like one of those gifts that just keeps giving. So
yeah, I mean, it's like that's the thing is, I'll look at cars, I'll look at things I've bought that broke or got stolen, or were just a bad buy, or furnaces or whatever, and I will begrudge them. But like I've never looked at like Scarlett and Maddox and been like, "Gah." Like
yeah.
it's just there's a huge difference between people and things. So
Oh yeah.
that's not even a consideration. It's just it's just the initial thing of figuring it all out. It's a huge factor in like, because it's not like I know that I have opportunity down the road when I know what those bills are. So it's like I'm guessing on these opportunities. And I'm like, well, I'll probably need the money. That's kind of where it's at.
Yeah. And like this it's interesting. I think it's a good call. Either way. Like I was saying, it kind of hinges on how much money and whether it's something you would want to turn down. But the turning down money thing is always a tough one because it is one of those things that you never know if you'll regret with money. Because like once again, if like I get like a job offer and I'm like, I got to work on my graphic novel, and I turn it down, and then like I lost my job tomorrow or something, I'd be like, oh, I was a moron, So
right.
But that's also like, if you were making secure financial decisions all the time, nobody would ever have a kid. So
right.
It's because it's expensive initially, and it's an investment, and nobody's ever fully prepared for it when they do it. Right?
Well, and it never makes financial sense. We're not farmers, It's not like I'm going to get a return on investment financially.
Yeah, and there's this funny idea out there that like if we improve everybody's education and economic system, that's going to solve the birth rate issue, and it's not, because there's a decline in births in the U.S.
Right.
And there's all these statistics to prove that it's just not going to help, because like the majority of people who have families and have multiple kids and stuff like that are usually like less educated, less pay, and have like almost every reason in the world to say no, like on a logical standpoint, and yet somehow they manage to just have kids, and it's just kind of surprising. But anyhow, this sounds like one of those decisions too, where it's like you gotta just kind of base it. If it's a call you have to make tonight, then but it's like you gotta just base it and weigh it on like being wise, but also not being fearful. I don't know. It's tough. It's a hard balance.
I also kind of want to. I'm not going to do this, but I kind of want to just put an astronomical number on my website and just say, if you're contacting me for less than this, don't. I'm not going to do that, but like some kind of filtering, because I think that like starving student, like he's the one that gets the initial lizard brain reaction to those emails, and it's like I got to take everything that comes to the door because I don't know what I'm going to eat next.
Yeah,
and that's not true now. so it's an interesting thing, because I got an email today, and like even in the email, the person said, I don't have much budget, and like usually when people say that, it's not like they're thinking, like I can't go any lower than like 20,000. It's like they're thinking, my top end might be a couple $100. And
That's a lot easier to say no to.
Not for me. That's what I'm saying is like I have to fight through like a couple $100. I could live on that for months, when in college, and I still probably have some PTSD from like the way I survived in
Yeah.
school, which was really unhealthy.
Yeah.
And so every time I do
Dude,
that,
the whole reason turning down anything paid is hard, like, or turning down clients for me originates in the same way because I grew up pretty unwealthy, and so
right.
Like it's almost like leftovers mentality where it's like I have trouble throwing away leftovers, even if they've gone bad, because I grew up at times where like there weren't there wasn't food. So it's like, yeah, I think for that in particular, it makes it really hard to just sort of accept you're okay where you're at, and
right. And I'm not even getting any pressure from anywhere. It's all just internal from the past. Cause every time I get one of these, my wife is, a lot of people's wives or husbands are like, pressuring them to take anything that comes in the door because I know people that it's a strain on their marriage that they're like, we're not making enough money and blah, blah, blah. Like I have the opposite where like my wife is like, hey, you don't need to take that. Like, don't,
so then don't take it, dude. Like,
I'm not going to take the little one. I know I'm not going to, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't like, it's like 9 hours after I got that email and I'm still talking about it with somebody. You know what I mean? Like it's still in my mind. I knew I wasn't going to take it from the second that I read, that, but then it's still there, and I still feel like I should respond.
Well, you're also describing one of the reasons I stopped being freelance. Because I had a real problem with exactly what you're describing, where even if I was full, I just would take more and more and more because it's feast and famine in freelance. So it's like you really could, and weirdly enough, like life isn't much different, but it's just like it's way less predictable in freelance, like how the climate's going to go.
Yeah.
So you're like the CEO of your own little startup. And even if your startup gets aground, you have one employee. So it's pretty easy to have it fail, but it'll be on you if it does. And there's coolness to that. But regardless, freelance being the only thing for like 10 years, like built in a extra paranoia about turning down work, because then you'd have periods where there's just nothing.
Right.
And it's like, what? And then you'd have years where people are just flooding you. And I really had trouble saying no. So I just ended up in a scenario where instead of like working and then clocking out like mentally and then working on my own stuff or hanging with the family, I would just take, and then just burn out hard and do that on cycle for years. And finally was like, okay, is freelance really cooler than the in-house thing? Because right now it just kind of sucks. Like,
right.
And I'm not even having to hunt for work, but it sucks. So for me, that was really hard,
Oh yeah. No, so
I relate.
There's a reason I've never gone full freelance. And I think it would be that I would destroy myself with too much work.
Yep.
So
that's possible, man.
Anyway, yeah, well, I've got this colored. I gotta get to bed.
Yeah, me too. Thanks for hanging, and thanks to everybody in the chats who kind of helped out and gave a lot of tips too, which was really cool. I got through the page, guys, so I'll post it to Instagram. And Corey, hang in there, and also like, dude, that's looking cool.
Oh, thanks.
It is. I like the color scheme. Yeah. That's nice.
Yeah, it'll be fun once it starts moving.
All right. So with that being said, make sure you guys check out Corey's art at CoreyCrew.com. Corey Crew on Instagram, all of the stuff, YouTube, everything. Did I miss anything?
Nope.
Okay, and then JoshuaKemble.com, 2 stories. This is my graphic novel on Amazon. Make sure you buy a copy if you haven't. If you have, leave a review on Amazon. It'll help. And that'll do it. I'll see you guys on the next stream. Actually, we got the IRS this Monday, which will be really cool. So, all right, guys.
Someday I will put up a thumbnail for that.
Wow. Very excited about it. All right, guys. Anyhow, I hope you guys have a good night and see you. And everybody have a happy Mother's Day too.
All right.